Sixers stink. The Flyers stink. Like, I mean, it's Eagles or bust.
But I mean, like, Michelle, you must have this feeling as a St. Louis fan at one point where you're just like, oh no, this is not going to happen.
Oh, I feel that way right now. The Cardinal way is long gone. We are in despair. And it took me a long time to get to that point. And you're right. It's one of the worst feelings ever when you're like, oh, wow, we're not going to win for quite some time.
But what if they bring Yachty back? Won't you have that mentality of like, oh, we're back?
We got to talk about the front office.
Nah, we're good.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. This is 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on a snowy Friday morning in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Doug, you monitor the roads, and I know you were in the 101 ESPN jet copter monitoring the situation around the area. What do you see?
Well, I only see what I saw, and that was 270. I went northbound on 270 from about 44 to Olive, and it was rolling pretty good. People going about 40 miles an hour or so.
Nice.
No, can't go the normal 70, 75, but you can do half that. So it was good. My experience was you can get out there and get to work or wherever you need to be.
Martin, what did you traverse 270? Do you like that, Doug? Traverse?
No, I
did not. I was on ballast. My only real issue is surviving that snowmobile stretch right in front of Visitation High School. There's a bit of a
snowmobile stretch.
Everything's fine except about a 2-block stretch right in front of the Mobap Hospital. Mm-hmm. There's quite a bit of slush. You might do better with like a dog sled than a car. That's about the only area that's been tough for me to traverse. But I would say they were lightly seasoned, Tim. Kind of like
lightly seasoned. That's what Jackson's text was this morning.
I read that to my wife at 5:30, and she said, lightly seasoned. I said, like a good fry.
Yeah, I was actually...
I like that.
I was actually thinking like the Village Bar waffle fries. Just a nice white...
That's a nice play.
Just a light seasoning on the road, but it's not going to... I thought it was pretty wet. Like, it was like raining when I got in. I drove in around 5:15, and it was like wet, but it wasn't slick all that bad. I was going about 45 on the highway.
Yeah, this is a little different for those of you who have not been on the roads in the St. Louis area yet than what we've been experiencing the past few days from what was certainly more of an ice storm than a snowstorm, but it is coming down, and if you are going to be driving today, I don't know if work and school is closed.
A lot of schools closed.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. A lot of 5:30 phone calls.
5:30 phone calls?
Yeah, letting folks know.
Well, most of them haven't been in school since before the Christmas break anyway, right? You may as well just take one more day.
Back for about a day or two, and then some will say, we're going virtual, which means the kids, forget it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's not back.
No.
So that allows you, Doug, to just sit around and watch the program on the YouTube channel. And my goodness, 76 people were waiting for us when we went on the air this morning. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The studio cameras for our YouTube channel here on TMA and 101 ESPN are brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And what a dossier we have prepared for you. Friend of the program, potentially my biological father, Joe Theismann. He has been texted. Now, producer Joe, for whatever reason, who hasn't worked on the show in, Doug, is it 12 years?
I don't know the years, Tim.
March of 2013. He's been our Joe Theismann communique. Do you like that point of communication?
Ambassador? Okay.
Ambassador, that's not bad at all.
Okay.
And I texted Joe this morning. I said, hey, would you mind, producer Joe, I said, would you mind reaching out to Theismann? And he goes, with this snow, I'm not going to be very available today, so have Jackson send him a text.
I'm going to use that all day. With this
some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
That's the very foundation of the show.
That's
right
exactly
there.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so, I'm like, yeah, why don't I just send him a text? So I sent him a text. I don't know if he was on South Beach until 5 in the morning celebrating, but hopefully he will be able to join us, as I would imagine he is on a high from the festivities at the Orange Bowl last night. Robert Thomas had a big night as well for the St. Louis Blues. He's with us at 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, talking about last night's festivities, tonight's with Ohio State and Texas, and getting Jackson ready for the Vanderbilt game tomorrow at 2:30. And Jackson's rubbing his hands together like he's over fire.
Got to get that one.
And Joey Vitale, friend of the program, really, he hosts parties for Elite Society.
That's enough.
In St. Louis. Elite Society, Doug. He is going to be with us at 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Drops of the week. What a program we have for you to snuggle up with your family and watch.
Joey was on the call last night with Curbs, and I was in the car, and he said, I don't know if it was about Cairo Towns, because we were talking about this on TMA. Joey Vitale says this as if all the Blues fans know exactly what that means.
Of course.
Why wouldn't they?
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, that's where I think most... with Jackson's hockey opinions, that's where the hockey fan goes.
I would say I'm Peter Puck. Is what
Are you really?
I've been called
Peter Puck,
before.
that's exactly
Did
right.
Vitale sit in and co-host maybe a day or so when I was gone? Because he said something about
Yeah, he came in last Friday
when
for
Robert
an hour.
Thomas was on.
Yes.
Okay, that's what he was talking about. He said it was on TMA, and I was talking to Robert, and I was thinking, does the audience know what that means?
Probably not. Probably not.
Whoa.
What are you trying to say, Doug?
Well, okay, he did. Everyone knew.
Yes, thank you.
A hot take for the morning. Match that 101.
Yep, that's sending a message from the HD2 studios down the hallway. Is Martin going to stay for drops of the week? That's from the 573.
What time are the drops?
That's oftentimes been in the 8 o'clock hour. I feel like 8:45.
I think I can make that.
So that would work.
Yeah.
I told Theismann the only time that we're kind of locked in is 8:15 with Robert Thomas. Yeah. But other than that, you know what this is, Doug?
What?
Free for all.
Okay.
Fluid dossier.
A fluid dossier. And we welcome you to participate in the program. Air Comfort Service, text line 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the show. And then the YouTube chat is active as the day is long for being only 7:06. 110 people now in there. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Big program in a lot of ways. Not only the guest list, but also what transpired here over the last 12 hours with the Blues getting a Jim Dandy and Notre Dame Penn State being an absolute thriller, and the Fighting Irish advance to the national championship game that will take place in Atlanta a week from Monday. Doug, how do you do?
Well, I'm fine.
Quite literal.
That's essentially of Jay Randolph Sr. saying, Rossi, indeed. And it just allows your co-host to paint whatever picture he would like
All
to.
right.
Where do you want to go? You want to go Blues? You want to go Notre Dame, Penn State? You want to go the Athletic, ranking the Cardinal off season and giving him a grade of F? You can take it whatever direction you want.
We're not done with the off season yet. Hold on to that F.
What's your temperature, Doug?
My temperature is about 73.
Okay.
I was rooting hard for Notre Dame last night. And
Why is that?
I kind of have all year. I don't know. I like Marcus Freeman. Mr. January, the kicker, Jeter. I kind of like that. But I thought they were dead meat in that first half. Early in the game, Penn State dominated both lines of scrimmage. I thought, well, this is going to be a blowout for Penn State. I can't believe what I'm watching. But then it switched just like that. Leonard got hurt. And maybe it was just me, but it looked like he actually started to walk off in the wrong direction because he got, I guess, dinged in the head and knew he was hurt. And normally, when you take yourself out of a game, especially a game of that magnitude, you know you're banged up pretty bad. I thought he was going to be done. And then they bring in the backup, and he looks better than Leonard.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a huge drive there at the end of the half to get him on the board, so now they're only down by a touchdown instead of 2 scores. Huge drive. And then it was an entirely different Notre Dame team in the second half.
Yeah, it started out as a boring game. A lot of punts. I was worried about you guys being depressed, but when the winning kick happened, the first thing I thought of was the pick 6, and I couldn't remember what the spread was. Wasn't it a point or two?
I believe it was a point.
So Notre Dame covered in addition to winning. I thought about Tim's dad. I thought about all the Notre Dame big moments over the years. Where does that one rank? It was great. And the St. Louis influence was so much fun.
Oh, my goodness.
The Love touchdown run.
Just unbelievable. Jeremiah Love's touchdown run. My goodness. Doug, you described it as John Riggins-esque.
I never one time said that.
That's not bad.
He was the pride of Kansas.
Yeah, but it was kind of Riggins-esque.
I guess. Okay.
Did he say to Sandra?
I never said that.
He said to Sandra Day O'Connor, "What's up, Sandy baby?" And she was like a Supreme Court justice, and he was drunk at a Redskins Super Bowl party or something. He said, "What's up, Sandy baby?"
Yeah.
She's a Supreme.
But not just Jeremiah Love from St. Louis representation, but the interception that is certainly the main talking point. That was a D-Smet representation there with Christian Gray. I mean, holy crap. I mean, what a moment.
Really good catch, really bad pass. What he was doing with that pass, I mean, that'll haunt him the rest of his life.
Absolutely. And honestly, I feel brutal for Drew Aller.
Yeah, he was in tears after the game.
Yeah. He talked about that moment, that decision. Here is what he had to say following the 27-24 Notre Dame victory.
Question for Drew. Can you just walk us through the interception?
Yeah, I mean, I was going through my progression, got to the backside, and honestly, I was just trying to dirt it at his feet, but I mean, I should have just thrown it away when I felt the first two progressions not open just because of the situation we were in. But I was just trying to dirty that Amari's feet. But just didn't execute what I was trying to do.
Boy, that's the difference between college and pro. Could you walk us through the interception? You know how many pro athletes? What exactly do you want me to say? You saw it. Instead, it's a college kid, very polite, answers the question. I just think with 33 seconds, you got to be so careful there.
Oh my goodness! I mean, that's a throw that you make if you're down 24-23, not a throw you make if it's tied 24-24.
Yeah.
I mean, famously here locally, somewhat similar. It wound up changing the arc of both his career and the New England Patriots, and certainly, I think, changed the arc of the NFL in St. Louis. Martin, I think we both share that opinion with regard to the outcome of Super Bowl 36. Famously, when the Patriots got that football back with a little more than a minute left, John Madden is saying the Patriots need to just run this clock out and get ready for overtime. And away they went, and Tom Brady moved it down the field. James Franklin chose to do something that Kirby Smart chose to do at the end of the first half in the Sugar Bowl and get aggressive in their own territory. And Drew Aller, I believe that was only the second time he targeted a Penn State wide receiver. All of the other receptions were to tight ends and running backs. That was the second time he targeted a wide receiver. A wide receiver did not have a catch for the Nittany Lions last night, and this one was the fatal blow as Notre Dame took it over in Penn State territory late in the fourth quarter.
And is it just Marcus Freeman? Because Doug mentioned it, Charlie Marlowe's mentioned it. I've never been a Notre Dame guy. Marquette, Notre Dame basketball rivals, so I've always kind of rooted against Notre Dame. I was pulling for him, and I wasn't McKernan's senior-esque, like emotionally invested, but I was rooting for them to win, and you have the St. Louis kids on the team. I didn't know Christian Gray was on the team, made the catch, and Sean McDonough said, out of St. Louis, Missouri. And I went, holy smokes, who is it? But I do like Freeman, and I kind of like this Notre Dame mission that they're on, maybe. They lost to Northern Illinois, who lost to Buffalo, and Mizzou beat Buffalo, so Mizzou's better than Notre Dame.
I think so.
Thank you for saying that. Good. Well, that was my post on Tiger Board last night.
These clubs are lucky that Mizzou's not in the playoffs, I'll tell you that
clearly.
much.
Nice. Real nice.
Maybe Gabe will do that math for us. Yeah, okay, Mizzou's the national champion.
You know, we were texting last night, and my observation was I can't believe they're in the game, because not only did you have Riley Leonard, and I do think he was walking the wrong direction, and to his credit, he notified the official that he needed to be taken out of the game. I mean, he was like, I'm just not right. And I thought he was done too. But it wasn't just that. It was their offensive line decimated in the Indiana game. Riley Mills, who's the defensive captain, out. He was out there last night for the coin toss on crutches. Before the season started, they lost their starting left tackle, and I believe it was September 7th when they lost to Northern Illinois. And from that point forward, they really beat the hell out of nearly everybody that they played up until, well, I guess this game, really. But for the most part, they decimated everybody else, so they picked themselves up. And even though logic would dictate that they would not have much of a chance against whoever wins tonight, Texas or Ohio State, logic also would have dictated that they would have had no chance of coming back from down 10 with Riley Leonard hurt and the offensive line beat up and no Riley Mills, but yet they were able to do it. So there is a resilience in the team that I think also, in addition to the way that Marcus Freeman carries him, that football fans at least have some semblance of a respect for. And weirdly, they're kind of an underdog, and they absolutely will be an underdog no matter who they play. For the record, they were listed as a 7.5-point underdog if Ohio State were to win. And now after Notre Dame wins last night, Ohio State is listed at a 9.5-point favorite if they are to win tonight. So the line moved 2 points for Ohio State if that is the national championship game matchup. And I think if Ohio State dominates Texas tonight, that could wind up being in the 13-point range going into the 20th in Atlanta. And honestly, I would understand it. Notre Dame is going to have to pull off some magic in order to beat either one of those teams. I mean, if it's Texas, I don't know how closely people have watched teams try to run the football against Texas, but that isn't where it's at. And if it's Ohio State, you just beat a team in Penn State that couldn't throw to their wide receivers and didn't even try to throw to their wide receivers, minus 2 throws, and one of them became one of the most famous interceptions in Penn State football history. Ohio State has some wide receivers to choose from, and you're probably going to see them on display tonight in the Cotton Bowl.
Well, Notre Dame does have what I call, and I'll say it slow because I'm not sure you guys will follow me, roster depth.
I don't understand.
Now, what that means is they have more players than just the starters who can come in and contribute. Roster depth is what I call it. So when they've lost some of these players, other guys have stepped in. We saw it last night with the quarterback. They've got other guys who step in and can play well for them. Roster depth.
Martin, have you ever heard the term roster depth?
I like when a lineup has depth, but roster depth, I think that's coming in handy. I'm following, Doug. It's a little over my head.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I tried to say it slowly.
Yeah, I like to talk down to the audience, so I like what you're doing. I just don't know what the term means.
Has their roster ever been lightly seasoned?
Yes.
Maybe they haven't. Don't have a lot of veterans.
Well, if you don't have enough players on the team, you went out there with 11. You didn't have a bunch of guys on the bench. There are teams that when guys get hurt and injured, that's it. They forfeit. The game's over. Not Notre Dame. Not Notre Dame.
I'm still trying to figure out how Greathouse was that open on that particular play. Huge touchdown for Notre Dame, and then the cutback move, and that was an unbelievable play.
Did that play remind you of anything?
Isaac Bruce?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Cut, yes.
They had a defender fall, and then it was because a defender fell over. And then the cutback, though, that's what reminded me of the Isaac Bruce, Kurt Warner Super Bowl 34 touchdown. I mean, the throw wasn't as deep. Was it Al Michaels saying rainbows the sideline? Is that what he said? He rainbows the sideline?
Something like that.
And Isaac has always said when he caught that, for whatever reason, he looked up at the Jumbotron and watched himself running. He goes, I've never done that before, but in that moment, which I would think would be distracting. So Tim watches himself on the YouTube.
I do.
He does.
I think I look
doing the
cute.
show.
Yeah. I think it's cute.
Cute as a button, Tim. How about Greg McElroy, the color analyst, saying, gee, Notre Dame shouldn't score a touchdown here? Did you catch that?
I didn't understand.
We were texting about it. I when he said that, I go, I don't. For the life of me, I don't get it. I mean, it's essentially neither here nor there. But in the midst of it, I mean, I would imagine 95% of the people listening to this were watching that moment. And Riley Leonard had a little open space. There's 29 seconds left. He goes, you don't want to leave too much time on the clock, so he would need to slide down at the 3-yard line. And I'm going, okay, I don't get it. Why wouldn't you go up 7 and then force Penn State to drive down the field and score a touchdown? College kickers are not something you want to necessarily hitch your wagon to. And by the way, on Jeter's game-winning kick, that ball initially was leaking off to the right. You're nodding, Jackson. You saw it. And then like a tee shot with a little help from the wind, it started to draw back to the left and became kind of sweat-free. But initially, after impact, it was drifting off to the right. And I go, oh, God. Because I was fine with Texas, Arizona State going to the ludicrous overtime, because I had zero emotional or financial investment in it, couldn't care any less, and I kind of want it to happen in the college football playoff, so that way this will go away. And for the record, I'm talking about if it goes past 2 overtimes, they just do a 2-point conversion contest. And I think that will go away if it happens tonight or if it happens in the national championship game. It absolutely will go. It become one of the bigger stories that is the rule. I don't think most people know that because they're not watching college football all the time. But I was thinking while this game's going on last time, I'm like, oh my God, this is going to go to overtime. And what if it comes down to that stupid-ass 2-point conversion thing? So I was thrilled, not just for my parents who were overjoyed, but that a game that I cared about didn't get down to that damn 2-point conversion thing, because that's the direction I thought it was going to be going.
Do you think Jesus sort of pushed that ball in between the uprights, Doug?
Divine intervention, absolutely.
Did it feel like Notre Dame, God wanted Notre Dame to win that game? You could feel it on that kick?
I could.
That's what I was thinking.
I thought before he kicked it, I said, he's going to miss this right, because he'd had a few other kicks earlier in the game that kind of leaked a little bit that way. And then on the kick itself, they were a little bit to the right of the center of the field. I thought, I'm afraid he's going to push this right.
It's a draw. Just a little draw. I thought Penn State was going to block it. They came in.
Oh, did they ever?
Hell to pay. Like they were coming in flying.
I was thinking of one of the best interviews I've experienced in my time in St. Louis. Tioka Jackson, Penn State guy. There is a famous shot as Vinatieri's ball goes over the Rams' defensive line of Tioka, and you can just tell he's doing and he talks about it. He talks about he could feel the ball moving past his fingers. And he's a Penn State guy, and I was thinking, I'll text Tyoka if Penn State wins to come on because I know he'd be overjoyed. And I saw there was pressure coming in off of the left side of Jeter, and then also the outstretched arms over the line. And yes, I was wondering the same thing when I saw it initially, if that thing was going to get blocked. There was huge pressure coming in. Steven Time is not interested in last night's game. He says neither Penn State or Notre Dame is one of the best 4 teams. Tonight's the title game. Doug, that's from Steven Time.
They're not one of the best 4. Notre Dame's 14-1.
Egg on my face. I said they shouldn't even be in, and they look as good as anybody. Truly, like their defense, the cornerbacks. I thought they were playing outstanding last night. I liked that game. I like a defensive battle like that a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
Old school
because every play matters,
right.
You know. Whereas if it's 48-45, it's like, okay, there's a touchdown. You know, they're going to score. It's just a matter of who has the ball at the end. But I think you and I are probably in the minority on 100%. That. Like I loved, as weird as it was, that Rams Buccaneers game that would determine the NFC Championship, because I mean it was heart stopping. Last night's game, if you bet the under at the half, you had to feel like you were golden. Yep. The total was 45-46 at kickoff, and it was 10-0 before Angeli drove Notre Dame down the field. And like you guys were saying, I think he looked better than Riley Leonard. That was the first time Notre Dame was able to move the ball through the air. And to their credit, they got points on the board. And James Franklin, who is catching all kinds of hell because he is 1-15 against AP top 5 teams, said as he was going off the field at the half, he goes, that's big for them that they got 3 points because they were getting the ball back in the second half. And to their credit, they drove right back down the field, and you got a 10-10 game. And then with the help of fire-up CBs, Jeremiah Love, they take a 17-10 lead as they rattle off 17 straight points for an offense that looked like it might have a tough time getting to double digits before Leonard got hurt.
I'm kind of tired of Notre Dame sneaking down Highway 55, coming in the back door and taking players that ought to be going to Missouri.
Uh-oh. You got to take.
A little tired of that.
You got to take.
Surprised Drink didn't tweet that out last night. Too bad they weren't doing this down at Faroe for the Music City Bowl champions. Could have been.
What?
By the way, kickoff was 6:46 last night.
I was monitoring it, Martin. I don't know who took the under.
I took the over.
Doug and I were on the under.
Yeah, I took the under.
Yeah, the under covered.
You were at 47,
47 is what I said, at 47.5, so there could be no pushes. I don't want
That
any pushes.
girl was going a little long on the anthem.
There were some
I
audio
didn't hear
issues on the
how
anthem.
old she was. She looked like she was about 13 or 14. She did a great job, but took a while, and I thought this might start later.
I thought they were going to do a longer coin toss TED Talk explaining to us what was on the coin and whatnot.
We got that. We got a little of that.
And the Capital One guy, who was described as Capital One guy.
Yeah, probably having a big week in Miami.
Producer Dave was busy last night at the 2 Fox scrambling with highlights and post-game of the Blues, the updated highlights of the Orange Bowl, and I said, real quick, can you tell me what time kickoff was? What? I said, can you go back and look at the recording? And when he had a chance, producer Dave came through and he said 6:46. I said, yes.
That's a big win. That's a nice win. You felt like you got a double win on it.
You still get a producer at Channel 2?
Yes, sir.
Gosh.
Humble brag.
We didn't have sports producers at Channel 4 10 years ago.
Really? Well, that's because you're
very few people can be on local news.
There you go. How about that?
That's right.
When I got Doug Vaughn on the staff, I don't really need
anybody.
That's what they said. Yeah.
How about this request, Martin? Since Penn State lost, can you get on Rams Hall of Famer Jimmy Kennedy to discuss the game? Yeah, he was a first-round pick, and he is a Hall of Famer.
No, he's
Went
not.
to Penn State.
No.
2003.
That's correct.
They couldn't believe he was still there.
That's
Ran
also
to the podium to take a guy no one else really wanted.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved here on the program, 314-399-9646. You know, over the last few weeks, we've got a lot of new texters, some 101 ESPN listeners becoming familiar with this nonsense. You can tell Jackson or Chairman to save your name in the text inbox. So like Kevin at the Lake, Manute Bowl eligible, John Lithgow's, Harry Henderson, Eric in Central West End, who Jackson finds attractive but is not attracted to, Nate the Great, Just Don't Press Push, the X and Espresso, Dickie Betts, the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, Lisa, and of course Doug's favorite, I shaved my balls for this. You can have your name saved in the text inbox. You just got to let them know what your name's going to be. 314-399-9646. We hope to have Joe Theismann with us here this morning. Robert Thomas will be with us. Big game for him last night. Gabe DeArmond, Joey Vitale, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's all to come on the Friday, January 10th, 2025 edition of TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. This is the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. We welcome your phone calls, 314-974-0101, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And if you want to go back and podcast anytime, Schaefer Door Company is our podcast sponsor here on 101 ESPN and TMASTL. That's Jason Gosrow's company for when your garage door spring snaps, and that can happen in the cold weather. Doug, it looks like a winter wonderland as we look southbound out on Olive Boulevard in Creve Coeur, Missouri. The snow is coming down. Hey, friends, be careful out there.
Oh, I'm hearing that it may snow a little bit till about noon, and then taper off 1 to 3 inches in the St. Louis area. A little bit more than that south of here.
Well, it's a good morning to snuggle up and put on TMA on YouTube and chat with your friends like Stephen Mack, who's talking it over with Timmy's Little Sound, DJ Patty Cakes, Too Fat to Kayak, John Scores, Joey Vitale's Cankles.
Oh, he did say he has cankles.
And Tiny PP, caller Janet's favorite poster, and Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. 166 friends are in there talking it over and gathered. And I got to tell you something here. Martin, I don't like when I leave one out there. And last night, I was thinking to myself, I might go heavy. Not heavy for Jackson, but heavy for a meat and potatoes kid who grew up in South St. Louis. Just scrapping, Doug. Fighting for every...
Hard scrabble.
Cutting those little postage stamp lawns over in South City.
Actually, that is right.
Getting $5 for the... Well, you want me to do the back? That'll be an extra $2.50.
That's exactly right. That's what the 1990s looked like for me. Bussing tables at Pietro's. Raw boned, absolutely. And I saw Jim Montgomery's morning skate presser, and I thought, these boys aren't losing tonight. Here is what he had to say. He was locked in. Take a listen.
All right, I hope everybody has cabin fever from being snowed in here for 3 or 4 days with the ice storm, and the Blues are going to be ready to rock tonight. My ask for our fans tonight is be ready to rock from the puck drop.
Faxa, good to go now?
Faxa's going to be ready to rock from the puck drop. I was ready to rock at 5:30 this morning having coffee.
You sounded very Canadian there, didn't you?
He did. I told you.
I thought he said my ass, but he said my ass.
Like a texter into the program. But that I think a lot of that was about what happened in Minnesota 2 nights ago and kind of knowing this thing might be on the brink. And even though there are a lot of games left, when you're chasing, like they are, both the division and the wild card, and you've got a team like Anaheim, and you've got a team like Columbus, and then you got a team that you're in the mix with in the wild card, and Calgary coming in for the back-to-back, and it's a 4-game homestand, and then the schedule does get difficult on the back half of this month, you got to capitalize, and you can't let what took place in the third period in St. Paul, Minnesota carry over and have you miss out on an opportunity against Anaheim. And to their credit, sweet mother of mercy, those boys came out in the first period. And whereas I was sitting there, I was looking at my high school bookies website and thinking about sending him a little message and saying, hey, are you comfortable with me going with this number? Even though the Blues were minus 200, I'm thinking, they're not going to lose this thing.
No.
And then I saw it was 3-0 in a matter of minutes, and I'm like, how did I do it? Because it was out there. They weren't going to mess around. They didn't, and they absolutely skull-pound the Ducks last night. Friend of the show, our guest at 8:15, Robert Thomas, a big part of it.
I saw Robert Thomas from a distance. I was down there doing some live shots, and he was working with his stick, which is about 20 feet from where I was standing. This is at about 5:15, a couple hours before the game, and I thought, go over and just yuck it up a little bit about the radio. And I just thought, I don't think so.
No.
We're not there yet.
No.
And then I saw Jamie Rivers and Bernie Federko back to back, and I said, "Is it 8:15?" I felt like it was
They're
8.
all there.
Yeah, I'm like the 8:15 lineup was parading, and then I saw Herbert. I said, "I feel like it's 8:15 in the morning." I'm seeing all these Blues analysts. I've never heard a coach speak directly to the fans as often as Montgomery does this. He's talked a lot about how it's our job to get the fans engaged. And he said, I think it was post-game last night.
We have that bite
where
ready.
he said there's even more out there. Like he's really working the crowd, to get more into it.
Yeah, and this I'm sure he's aware of it because he cited the cabin fever with roads the way they are, and just the situation in the metropolitan area. That isn't necessarily the night to judge the fan base. Not that he was at all. I mean, God, this guy's a Blue through and through. But this is what he said regarding his comments at the skate in the morning following the win over the Ducks last night, 6-2 in his postgame.
You guys ready to drop?
We were, right from the puck drop. I liked their intensity. I really liked their execution, and I liked how hard we were offensively.
You said you wanted the fans to bring it. Did they bring it?
The fans brought it. I thought they were here early. I still think they have, and I've seen it, more levels in them. So that's excitement. But it's up to us. Put some wins together to get them to get more and more and more boisterous for us.
The fans have more in them.
I like that. And you know what? When you say it like that and when you're a likable guy like that, I guarantee you there'll be people who go like, okay, on Saturday night against Columbus, we got to respond.
We got to bring it for
I'll
money.
be one of those people.
What?
I'm going to the Blues game on Saturday night.
Whoa. What's this about?
I came upon some tickets.
Came upon.
What do you mean you
like
came
that?
upon them?
Did you seek them?
Like Peter North?
You know how people just like a breeze in the wind, you just
Tell
kind
us
of
how you got the tickets.
Jesus.
you just kind of somehow they end up in on your person and you have tickets.
I think you're lightly seasoned.
I am.
He is lightly seasoned.
I am seasoned. I'm seasoned with tickets.
Where'd you
I'll
get
be
the
there.
ducats, buddy?
Here.
He doesn't want to tell you.
Now,
Okay.
how'd this come to pass?
Did you seek them is what I'm saying.
No.
Because these tickets are not easy to get around here.
Executive producer Mike Ryder asked me if I would like some tickets to the hockey game.
There's an answer.
He said Thursday. I said, I'll pass on Thursday. He goes, Saturday. I go, what time? 6:30? All right, I'm there.
Are you?
Why do you hate the Ravens and Steelers?
Yeah, great question.
I'm protesting games on streamers only.
Okay.
Wow, okay. That's a nice take.
I can get on board with
Who
that.
are you going with?
My girlfriend.
Man in love, Doug.
Okay, I guess
Wow,
so.
I wonder if during the Kiss Cam segment tomorrow night, which is brought to you by Tums, is that correct?
I don't know.
No, that's the Walrus Cam at Busch Stadium.
Walrus Cam.
That they pan to a gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett, and he gets down on one knee, Doug. Maybe we should skip the Steelers-Ravens game.
Putting a lot of pressure on him there.
And tomorrow night, Jackson makes it official. Wow, this is going to be fun at the Enterprise Center.
Well, I'm going to manifest a diamond ring.
Mm-hmm. Don't
Again,
manifest it, buy it.
Out of my person.
Why don't you 3D one?
No, it's going to be fun. Hockey.
First game of the year?
There you go.
First game of the year. Yes.
Hockey?
First game of the year. Yep.
All right.
Good for you. Will you bring it? Because Coach has sort of asked everyone to
I'll bring it.
Will you bring it by doing the power play dance?
So I'm going to try it right
Doug
here.
loves the PowerPoint. This is going to Chairman, get ready to create a GIF.
Not really, but it's like something like this. Like
That's it. Yeah. Usually two in a row up, and 2 in a row this way.
And what does that
that kind of looked like you were dry humping somebody at prom. But yeah, I mean, I think the hands need to be up a little higher. I don't know what that was right there.
But what's the significance of it?
I don't have any idea.
Do you know?
No.
You don't know
Martin's
the
going to give you knowledge.
Yeah.
I didn't know this for several years. And you watch people doing this weird kind of white guy dance, like father-daughter, like, okay, let's get out there, father-daughter. It's signifying an electrical outlet, and like you're plugging into
because Ameren's the sponsor.
Because it's Ameren, yes.
Okay, I can get on board with that. It's creative marketing. I can always respect
with that. Did they have a video commercial of a guy
like
doing
a Rams
that?
rules telling you, okay, here's the outlet.
You got a jersey to wear?
I got gear.
What does that mean?
Wasn't the question.
Why can't we get straight answers from this guy?
Do you not own a St. Louis Blues jersey?
It's called a sweater.
Oh.
And
you got skewed.
I do not. Although I would be interested in acquiring one.
Would you?
But
is this begging for sweater guy?
No, I would. But that's the thing, is they're pricey and
yeah, they are. But so
it's
you
a
don't
cool.
have one.
What do we do?
It's the most wearable sports jersey out there. Like wearing a basketball jersey post-college, cringe. Wearing a baseball jersey, not a baseball game, odd. Football jersey, it's sometimes maybe, but sweater is like something you can just wear wherever.
All right.
Okay. I think I'm going to ask. I'm not going to ask Robert Thomas. That's too awkward. I think I'll ask Vitale to get you one.
I don't want to. You don't need to.
Well, no, I will. You don't have to.
Are you planning on wearing a CBJ jersey?
No. Ugh, no.
Have you ever been deposed?
No, I have not.
Because you'd be a tough one.
I'm not much of a scofflaw. Like I kind of keep to myself.
Just as a witness. Maybe not.
But you'd be tough.
I think it'd be good on a jury, like as a foreman. Yeah. Can lead the room.
What will Blues fans' reactions be when he is on the Jumbotron and he's got his Sleepless in Seattle t-shirt on? That's from Mr. Licks.
T-shirt is that's not an appropriate hockey attire. It's cold in there.
They like to do the match game up. They think they'll do powder for you, or will they?
I was always hoping Barry Pepper. I feel like I will.
I like that. 61?
Like that. Yeah, 61. Maybe they'll do a tribute to the film 61. Doug, that was done by Billy Crystal, am I correct?
I don't know.
Yeah. I love that movie.
It was a good movie.
I do too.
Yeah.
Hey, Barry, that's a good comp. Barry.
Thomas
Jane Mike Caruso's putting that together right now, our generous executive, Mike Caruso.
I've been down there lately. I haven't seen him much. I don't know where you Mike, where are you at? Coach needs you to bring it.
You know what I really like is Anthony Michael Hall as Whitey Ford. It's like Rusty is Whitey Ford.
The original Rusty. The dance was started by a young kid years back, and it just stuck. He'd move his arms up and down in excitement. Has nothing to do with Ameren, Sharon, and Clayton disputing Martin's anecdote.
Oh,
I don't know. That's what I was told.
Who told you that, generous executive Mike Caruso?
He's never there. Somebody else. I was told that, and I believe it.
It kind of makes sense.
It does make sense.
Maybe they had a video of Ready Kilowatt or whoever the guy is plugging things into the wall.
Like Conjunction Junction, the old
big fan.
Anecdotes that were played out visually. I could see that. It does.
To help us all come together as the 12th Ram, we've created Ram rules. Follow these 5 rules to give our team dome field advantage.
Oh, Doug.
Okay.
What a low
Maybe
point
the
that
low
was.
mark.
Yell sack.
Yep, that was one of them. Yell Mark Milton. Yell STLTaxLawyer.com, Doug. Why don't you do that
That's
tomorrow
what they
night
should
at the game?
do. When the Blues go on the power play, everyone yell, Mark Milton. I think that would work. I think people would catch on to that. He's the guy that's going to help you with your IRS problems, so it's a good guy to know. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, maybe bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. You don't want that. If the godforsaken tax man comes knocking on your door, you need to give old Mark Milton a jingle. He's the STL Tax Lawyer, and that's his website, stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about here on TV and radio. Mark helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the whole country. If you have any kind of IRS issues or you just want your taxes done, but he specializes in helping people who have real IRS problems. If you have them, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. And you know what you'll be saying? You'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
The non-ling, a member of the International Brotherhood of Nitwits, our producing era from, Doug, what years were those? 2010 and 2012 with producer Joe, who said he's too busy to text Joe Theismann today with the snow situation. He just texted in, he says, confirmed it was a kid in an upper deck section who first did the power play dance. I did some reporting on it circa 2010. How about that?
He did some reporting on it.
Yeah. So he believes Sharon and Clayton's story is accurate.
Yeah.
So it's just come to be a popular myth that it's the electrical outlets?
I honestly thought your story was the true story.
I was told that, and I said, oh, that makes sense. Maybe I got played.
Yeah, Caruso's really, he's a puppet master.
He wasn't there.
Could both be true? Could the kid have been signifying he was plugging something in? And
so now he's like 30. We got to find him.
Yeah.
193 people have gathered in the YouTube chat. The camera's brought to you by the Air Alliance team. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where you can gather and talk it over with other listeners. And great news, Doug. Pestis from Festus is on this snowy St. Louis Friday morning. He's going to be with us on the other side of the break. Robert Thomas with us at 8:15. Efforting Joe Theismann to join us. As I'm imagining he is in full euphoria. Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The drops of the week. It's all to come here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night 6-2, the final score over the Ducks. Off today, they take on the Columbus Blue Jackets tomorrow. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. CNLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Coaches John and Dean Ellis in the YouTube chat, Doug, says, nice to see Jackson got the memo for Dress Like Your Hero Day.
Mm-hmm. Who am I dressed up? I don't.
Barry Pepper?
He wouldn't be my
Powder?
hero. Who would be my hero? That's an interesting question. Let me ponder that.
Deadlift Shrimp.
Wilford Brimley.
That's nice. Cocoon, Doug.
Yeah.
He also was that Our House with Deidre Hall?
I don't know.
He has a great scene in The Firm.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Your thoughts on Wilford Brimley? 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Robert Thomas is going to be joining us at 8:15. So you did not interact with him when you saw him down at the skate? He's given Cam some trouble about us bringing up billet moms on a regular basis.
Maybe it's a good thing I didn't approach him. I think we made brief eye contact, and it was kind of like, yeah, you do your little live shot, and I'll kind of focus on an NHL game.
Okay.
I just kind of got that vibe.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, enough with this TMA all Blues all the time chit-chat. Please break down the Bailey Horn acquisition, and please tell that savage Doug that he left his toothbrush here this morning. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. You stayed with Lady Sonia's Teacup?
I don't know who that is, and
You're
I
a
did not
savage?
stay there.
Well, he is right, or she, I don't know. Lady Sonia's Teacups.
Probably a guy.
I don't know who it is.
But the Cardinals did make an acquisition yesterday,
right.
and it's Bailey Horn.
Mm-hmm. He picked him up off waivers.
Did you say Ryan Helsley, they did come to terms. It's about a $4 million increase. So does this mean they'll have to dump another player today because they gave Helsley an extra $4 million?
Yeah, it's quite a situation.
They're fighting with Brendan Donovan over like $400,000.
That's what stood out to me. The Cardinals are famous, as I would imagine most organizations, not just for financial reasons, but for personal reasons. In arbitration, they don't want to go to arbitration because in arbitration, you have to essentially talk crap on your guy. And so it's a difficult dynamic to have. So no organization really wants to do it. And they're not like millions of dollars apart. I think Lars Nootbaar is looking for 2.4 or 2.9, and the Cardinals are saying 2.5. And I'm like, boy, I don't know if that's worth the attorney's fees, but maybe they've got some in-house counsel who's working pro bono. I don't know.
Making the player angry with you.
Yeah, I don't know. But
we're not going to be able to do this year. It's going to come back a little bit. How about we settle in the middle and you just play a few less games? Yeah. All right, I'll give you a gift card.
The Athletic has given grades for teams off seasons. The Mets, for example, with Juan Soto, they get an A-. The Phillies, another favorite this coming season, got a B. In the National League Central, the Cubs got an A-. The Reds got a B. The Brewers, a C-. The Pirates, a C+. And the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals, as you call them, Doug?
Yes.
F. Oh. The Cardinals have not made a single trade or free agent signing. Was this written before the Bailey Horn?
Because Bailey Horn was double tough with the Red Sox last year. His ERA was 6.50. What do you want from us?
They lost Paul Goldschmidt to free agency and have been trying to unload Nolan Arenado and his contract to no avail. Even if they can't trade Arenado now, if he comes to spring training and demonstrates he could be a comeback player of the year candidate, the trade value might improve and it might be easier to swap him then. The Cardinals will probably have a better idea if they can move him before spring training once Alex Bregman signs, as teams that miss out on him will be forced to pivot. In the meantime, they're building for the future in the final year under John Mozeliak's leadership before Chaim Bloom takes over as president of baseball operations next offseason. Biggest question, can Jordan Walker and Nolan Gorman develop enough this year to live up to their potential on both sides of the ball? Prediction, 5th place.
Gosh. Does he realize that players come here to play for the fans and not for the money?
Nice.
Does he even have a clue as to what that's all about?
Might not be a bad idea to get him on the horn and hold him accountable.
It is kind of a tough grading scale when the Mets can shell out, what was it, $700 million and still only get an A-. What do you want from them?
Steve Cohen's going to spend today just to get that A+. It'll get to him.
Well, there's still time, fellas.
Okay.
Wow, that was an A+ drop.
That was Stedman-esque, sir.
The drops of the week, tell me it'll feature a lot of John and Janet.
Well, it should feature a lot of Pestis from Festus, who is with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Pestis from Festus.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Oh, we're good. How about you?
I'm doing good. It's snowing outside, and right now I'm a little ticked off with the snow.
Oh, okay. Well, they say you may get about 6 inches down there in Festus, right? Is that what you're hearing?
You get 6 inches down here, somebody's digging me a hole.
Oh, okay.
If I dig you a hole, what would that do for you? You hide it? I mean, what do you do with the hole?
Tip that off.
You crawl into it and stay warm.
Okay. I should have thought of that.
But here's the thing.
All right.
Who is it which one of you said that you're too cheap to buy a Blues jersey?
That's Jackson Burkett, who went to Ladue High School, Pestis from Festus.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Jackson, no action. You get your butt up and go get a jersey.
Yes.
Wow.
Jackson, would you like to respond?
I'm going to tell you how it is, Jackson.
Clip that off.
I'm a sports fan, true to heart. I'm 68 years old. I'm blind. I don't miss a Cardinals game. I don't miss a Kansas City Chiefs game. I don't miss a Blues game.
Battlehawks?
I listen to Battlehawks. I love more than anything.
I knew it.
The Cardinals. But here's the thing. I own 4 flags out front: a St. Louis Cardinals, a Kansas City Chiefs, a St. Louis Blues, and a Mizzou flag.
Okay.
I own 3 hoodies. I own a Cardinal hoodie, a Kansas City Chiefs hoodie, and a St. Louis Blues hoodie.
Nice.
Now, my wife made my hoodie for the Cardinals, very special. She bought the Cardinals hoodie. She went out and found a cloth squirrel. She put the rally squirrel on the back of my hoodie.
Oh, that's
Unbelievable.
Nice. That's nice.
Yep.
Very nice.
Now, here's my wife's prediction for the year. And this comes from her grandma, Johan. Full-blooded
Grandma
German.
Johan? Who's that?
Santana.
Oh, yeah, no-hitter.
That's my wife's grandmother.
Okay.
Now, here's her lifetime prediction. Whatever day you get your first snowfall on, you will have that many days of snow to go throughout the remainder of the winter. Do you remember when we got our first snow this year?
Doug,
was it just last week, right?
Well, it would have been on, which was it Sunday when it first happened, which would have been the 5th?
No. December 31st.
What was last year?
It was snow flurries.
Oh,
okay.
And a light covering of snow.
Okay.
Dusting.
So now we're predicted 31 days of damn snow.
Oh, no. Because of Johan?
Yeah,
Grandma Johan.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you right now, my wife has been very, very close every damn year.
Really?
Yep.
That's a lot of snow.
Bless her soul.
How big a hole do you need if there's going to be 31 days of snow?
Well, I got to get an igloo.
Yeah. Where was Grandma Johan from? It sounds a little German.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is full-blooded German.
Okay.
You know those crazy Germans get away with a lot of stuff.
Well, they've tried. In
I mean, historically?
But not like the Italians with the pronunciation of most of
Here we go.
That's right. Everybody's taking shrapnel.
War is about to break out on TMA.
It's tough
What do you
here
think
for
of the
Western
Irish?
Europeans.
What do you think of the Irish, Pestis?
But what about the Irish?
Yeah.
Clip
They're
that.
just a love of the green.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's exactly right. Wonderful people.
Oh, green.
But Jackson, if you don't get a jersey by at least tomorrow when you go to that hockey game, your butt's in trouble.
Oh,
yeah. Way to go, Pestis.
St. Louis rules.
I will call back on Monday and chew you a new asshole.
Oh, watch it.
I think that might have been an FCC violation.
But let me ask you a question. Jackson, how cheap are you?
The jerseys are expensive.
Expensive what?
About 150, 170 or so.
Oh, no. Go to the one place. I'm trying to think of the store.
Rally House?
Rally House. They are not that cheap. I mean, expensive. You can get one there for $100.
Oh, can you? With a name on it? But you're not going to get a number and a name on the back of that.
Well, I don't know.
There's probably a J. McKee in the discount rack you could grab.
I'm at a loss for words. I've been taken to task.
You didn't see that coming, did you?
But I appreciate it. You know, honesty in media.
Jackson, have some pride in St. Louis and get you a jersey.
All right.
There you go. That just summed it up right there.
I think some could say you could have some pride and not root for the Chiefs, but
Wait a minute.
Yeah, this cat's got claws.
Set that boat up and let the Cuban off.
I don't know what that means, but probably.
Jackson, I'll tell you what. Your girlfriend's going to you with the game tomorrow night, right?
Yes, sir.
Spend some bucks.
I know,
Make her
that's
happy.
precisely why I'm not going to be buying a jersey.
Spend some bucks and buy both you and her a jersey.
Both of you.
Oh, now you got to buy two.
Wow, 2 for 1.
All right.
Maybe like.
I guarantee you, Jackson, she'll love you for it no matter what.
How about that?
Respect. Hey, this is a guy who's been there before, and I'm going to listen to his counsel.
Nice. All right, so you're going to do
Get
it?
some brownie points.
All right, fair enough.
And then you get to check her after the game.
Oh, a little.
Doug, that was
Like
a
in the corners,
devilish.
it really
Wow.
was. That double
Pestis,
entendre there.
Pestis, do you often use a little salty language like you dropped on us?
Well, I try to keep it a little clean.
That's all right.
Yeah, same here. Pestis from Festus, it's always wonderful to hear from you. And thank you for holding Jackson accountable. I think many in St. Louis have wanted this moment to happen, and it is glorious that it occurred right here on 101 ESPN. Thank you so much, Pestis from Festus. Have a wonderful weekend.
You two gentlemen, stay safe.
Thank you. That's Pestis from Festus on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, taking Jackson to task.
I didn't see it coming.
I'm going to pull that audio right as it checks here in 5 minutes and pull out. I'll bleep out, but that forever drop. Chew out a new, you know what.
You can
It's
find
so
that
good.
conversation on Instagram here in the next couple hours.
Oh, is that right? It'll be on the TMA social media. Was that TMA_STL?
That's the one.
German Kurt. There you go.
Between Janet, John, and Pestis, it's really been a big week on the phone line. Callier and Thompson's getting their money's worth.
Yeah, you can call in 314-974-0101. And, of course, text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Doug Arbor Day won the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year in 2023 and 2024. And he says, financial advice from Festus. I've heard it all now. That's Arbor Day.
Gosh. There are some well-heeled folks in Festus.
Get Mark Hanna on the phone to see if the 2 jersey purchase is in Jackson's budget. That's from Mr. Nipples. Mr. Nipples.
Would you
Jackson,
be
is that in the
interested-
budget?
How about a used jersey?
No.
They hold up pretty well.
Why can't I just wear a T-shirt or a hoodie? Why does it have to be a
blues
jersey?
T-shirt?
Yes. Why does it have to be a jersey? I don't own many jerseys.
We just
you know?
Go to the game, you should have a sweater on. Don't tuck it in. Don't belt it up.
And I have a hoodie. I have a blues hoodie. Like, I feel like that will do. I don't necessarily think I need to get the jersey. Although I do, like I said, I like a sweater.
It would look kind of weird if you wore it tucked in.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
I'm not sure I've ever seen that.
What if I go?
It's a rookie move.
What if I go in full uniform, like with the hockey pants /
Skates
shorts
and everything?
Yeah,
Skate guards on as you walk to the
of course.
concourse?
Yeah, I'm not gonna walk around with blades on my feet.
If you were going to get one and go name on the back, who you picking?
Bob Thomas, our guy.
Yeah, friend of the show.
Friend of the show, who's with us coming up at 8:15. Robert Thomas with us. You can email in your thoughts on Pestis from Festus, holding Jackson accountable. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Your captain's log here, also known as a fluid dossier. Robert Thomas, 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9:45. Joey Vitale, 10:30. And we are hoping to hear from a joyous Joe Theismann, friend of the show, who said he was more nervous for the game last night than any game he ever played in. And Doug, if I'm not mistaken, he started the game in which friend of the show Marcus Allen broke free and rattled off one of the more famous runs in Super Bowl history.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, came up short. Martin has his hand up. What does that mean?
I've got an update here. Chris May, friend of the show, athletic director at St. Louis U, said, you guys crack me up now, 31 days of snow. So he's taking this to heart, what Pestis has
So they'll
said.
probably plan.
But then he added, what size is Jackson? I think there might be a Billiken
my
hoodie coming your way.
Wow. How great would that be?
So I think Chris May doing guerrilla marketing is thinking, go to the Blues game, but rock some SLU gear.
Wow.
And if it says the Lou, you're sort of representing everyone.
Oh, that's it. You did love that jersey. You were on the record on
What
that.
size are you, fella?
Large.
Okay.
And in charge.
You like that, Martin?
Men's, okay, Chris, there you have it. Men's large, in charge.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, 7 o'clock hour. And Doug, we're longtime friends of Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, Ryan Seiberg, the whole team over there at Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota.
If you haven't been, you should be, because these are just the best people in the whole area to buy a new car, to buy a used car, or to get your car fixed there. They can do it all for you. You didn't have to buy your car there to get it worked on there. Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess, Ryan Seiberg make themselves available exclusively to our listeners through a special number that goes straight to these muckety-mucks. Here's the number, 314-252-0029. I'll say it again. I didn't feel like you wrote it down. 314-252-0029. They want to make sure that listeners to this show get the absolute top quality service that they can possibly offer. Everybody gets it, really, but this will make you feel good because they want to take care of you. They got a great waiting area there, a lot of snacks available if you're just going in for an oil change or whatever. Sooner or later, you're going to need your car serviced or maintained somehow, and Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota are right there to get it done for you. Great selection of new and used cars. Peruse their website, see what you want. The websites are stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. I assure you these people will take great care of you as they've done for me and Tim and everyone else on the show who've been going there for several years now. Fantastic people to know. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
259 friends are gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL. And Joey Vitale's Orange Scully's talking to John Scores, who's talking to Jake Reynolds, who's talking to John, and caller Janet's favorite poster, Tiny Peepee. Get in the chat. Watch the show. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the morning after. 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can always stream it via the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. We have a TMA specific app. Download it, TMA STL. It's brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And subscribe to the YouTube channel, the youtube.com/TMA STL. James Franklin, now 1-15 against top 5 opponents in his career. And he's catching a lot of hell about last night. I got to be honest with you. I didn't really put that on James Franklin. Does anybody look at that as a James Franklin thing?
No. What did he fail to do that people are upset by?
I didn't. It just becomes a thing. It's like, I guess if Notre Dame would have lost, it'd have been, see, Notre Dame can't hang with the big boys, even though they're coming off a win against Georgia. I don't know. Here is what James Franklin had to say following last night's festivities with Notre Dame beating his Nittany Lions in a classic 27-24.
Right, hit the lever pail.
You didn't have any completions to wide receivers tonight. What was Notre Dame doing defensively that made that so difficult?
Yeah, we tried a couple early on in the game and weren't able to convert them. Tightly contested coverage. They're a man coverage team. But yeah, that's a storyline of the game. That's one of the storylines. I don't think there's any doubt about it. But early on, we had some throws, tightly contested balls that we didn't come down with. So again, give them credit.
They only attempted 2 throws to wide receivers, and one of them became one of the most famous interceptions in Notre Dame football history and one of the most infamous in Penn State history, and that was Drew Aller's interception. He said, I was going through my progressions, got to the backside, and honestly, I was just trying to dirt it at his feet. You like that, Doug? Dirt it at his feet?
I've never heard it before, but I don't mind it.
I should have just thrown it away when I felt the first 2 progressions not open because of the situation we were in. That interception allowed Notre Dame to take over late in Penn State territory and then led to this game-winning field goal from South Carolina transfer Mitch Jeter.
Hit the lever pail.
This is the Notre Dame call.
Okay, let's hear it. Go ahead, hit the lever pail.
Oh, got it.
Now would be the time to hit the lever. Timing is everything in show business.
Thanks, Doug. All right, got it.
Good snap, good hold, kick on its way, and the kick is good! Yes! Mitch Jeter, with 7 seconds left, gives the Irish a lead, 27-24.
Fired up. Sound like his broadcast partner might have fallen out of the booth.
I was looking up who I heard some of the calls last night on Sirius XM 84. Tim, is that the college sports channel?
I think that's correct.
And they were playing a number of the clips, and they were great.
Yeah,
Very exciting.
there were some great calls. I thought Sean McDonough did a hell of a job. What do you guys think? I don't know where he is. You don't hear a lot about him. I just thought, I've noticed that throughout the college football season. I thought he's been really good.
He's really good at a lot of different things. Like, he can do hockey. He's great. Yeah.
He was our number 1 guy for a couple of years back.
CBS, he took Jack Buck's job 30 years ago. I think he's really good. I think he's kind of down the middle, so he doesn't tend to tick people off one way or the other. You don't hear him. He didn't get crushed, but you don't hear a lot of people throwing praises either. No, I think he's pretty good.
Here is the pride of DSMET, Christian Gray, on that late game interception. He's the one who picked off Drew Aller, setting up that game-winning field goal you just heard from Notre Dame, and from DSMET, Christian Gray on his famous interception.
Christian, what did you see on the interception, and when did it start to sink in that you just made, probably the biggest play of your career and going to help send your team to the national title game?
To be honest with you, I really didn't think about anything after I caught the ball. I just knew I was just blessed, and I just felt God over me after I caught the ball. So pretty much, yeah.
He's special. I mean, he is, all these guys are special, man.
I thought I heard a sick in there.
Is that John Lackey making another appearance?
He appeared. Paul Burmeister, maybe the Notre Dame radio announcer. He's a fairly well-known announcer. He's been around.
I like that the announcer mentioned that the kicker's dad helped him with his groin injury, and then sensing something had gone wrong, added, his dad being a chiropractor, of course. That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year 2023 and 2024, Arbor Day.
That's an important distinction to make.
Yeah, if left alone,
right.
One might be theorizing as to what's going on. Danny Cannell, usually not a big fan of the SEC, didn't really have an opportunity to jump on the SEC last night. I would imagine deep down pulling for the Big Ten, as that's kind of been his thing. I don't really know what that's about. All I know is that's if it's against the SEC, that's where he is. He made this observation on James Franklin following the game on the Cover 3 podcast.
He's now 1-15 versus AP top 5 opponents. He wins as a favorite. Like, at some point, you have to be the difference in the talent gap, which was debatable how much of a talent gap there was on the field tonight. I know they were underdogs. It was only 1.5 points. But he has not done a great job of beating teams that are even with him or slightly better. So to me, when you start seeing a body of work that is that significant, I think the criticism is justified. Like, it's not, I'm not saying he should be on the hot seat. I just think the narrative is there because it's real, and he's got to change it by winning some of these games.
I don't think that game applies. If they had blown the 10-0 lead and didn't respond, and kind of went dormant, you'd say, boy, that team really just curled up and died. They didn't. They scored back-to-back touchdowns in dramatic fashion, took the lead. I just think that's a different it's not the same. If they laid an egg after the 10-0 lead, I think it's different. They played a great game.
There have been some outstanding coaches in college football who had that attached to them. In the 1990s, in particular, I can think of Tom Osborne in Nebraska and Bobby Bowden at Florida State. And currently, James Franklin is who has it attached to him. I'll tell you this, too. I would imagine, 90+% of college football fans, if you take out Texas fans and Ohio State fans voting, expect Ohio State to win tonight. And hell, maybe they will continue it and blow them out. I'm just telling you that Texas's strength is secondary and Ohio State's strength is their passing game and wide receivers. So I'm looking forward to the two strengths colliding tonight in the Cotton Bowl. Ryan Day will be catching all kinds of hell. Whoever loses in these big stages and doesn't get there catches the hell. And in Day's situation, coming off of the Michigan loss and then 2 blowout victories over 2 good teams and one being an undefeated number 1 team, that would be, he had it all for him and he couldn't get there. That would be the narrative that you will be hearing should they not win the championship.
There's got to be a scapegoat. There's got to be somebody to blame.
It's got to be negative. And last night, I just don't know. I thought the officiating was crappy on both sides, by the way.
I hated that pass interference call on the Aller
He's thrown in a triple coverage.
I said he's going to get rewarded for that play, and that's going to cost him.
But that's
really
the rule. You just have to turn around. You can't put your
that one wasn't really the one, but I know that's the one that got a lot of attention. And again, that's because of the response that it got. But I agree with you, actually, and clearly I was pulling for Notre Dame. But it is odd to throw in, and it was really more double covered. They called it triple covered. There was another Notre Dame defender there, but he was kind of peeling off toward the post. But either way, I thought across the board, though, there were missed calls on both sides. It was really odd. I like that they let him play for the most part, but then it kind of got away from him in the second half. All right, Robert Thomas going to join us coming up on the other side of the break as the Blues have a great win last night, and Robert Thomas, a big part of that. He joins us next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the morning after 101 ESPN and YouTube at TMASTL. YouTube.com/TMASTL is the channel. Subscribe to it and watch the program and participate in the chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt, manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, where we find friend of the show, number 18, Robert Thomas, with us this morning. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
We're doing wonderful. How about you? How about that last night? How about Coach saying, let's be ready to rock, and the boys were ready to rock?
Yeah, it was a great win. Yeah, I mean, I said it after the game. I feel like we've been playing really good hockey as of late, and we've been getting some results, but not the result we want and feel like we deserve. And it was nice to continue that last night and get a good result.
I thought so much about, because Montgomery hasn't been real critical of you guys publicly, and he talked about grit following the two-goal lead going away in Minnesota. And then with the skate comments yesterday, I think it was just setting the tone that we can't let what took place Tuesday against the Wild carry over as we start this homestand, because it's a critical stretch. And to his credit, he sent the message. And to you and your teammates, to your credit, you guys executed the game plan. Was there something to that, you think, to make sure that we stop the bleeding from Columbus and Minnesota?
Yeah, definitely. I think, we're obviously not happy with those. And as we kind of get into the second half here, it's important, especially with leads, going through halfway through the game. We need to find ways to continue to close those out and can't let points like that slip away. So that was a big message and something in our room that we understood and didn't want to let happen. And so we thought we might as well score 4 early and make sure that doesn't happen.
That's all you got to do, Tim. You just draw it up like that. Score 4 early. I recommend that tomorrow night as well, Robert.
Yeah, we're going to try and do that one every game.
Well, scoring hadn't been a problem here lately. It's now 7 out of the last 8 games. You guys have got 4 goals or more, 6 a couple games, 7 against Nashville. What has been the key to that kind of offensive success?
Acted as 5 on the ice. Our forwards are doing a good job getting around the net, making plays, possessing the puck in the O-zone, and our D are doing an awesome job of moving pucks, getting involved on the offense, and whether it's the forward reloading and a D keeping a nice gap, like we're not giving up too much space out there, and I think that's creating a lot of offense for us.
And when you get that big lead, is there, and you saw it the other night in Minnesota when you're up 4-2, where you don't want to let them just sort of like sneak back into the game. You guys didn't do that last night. How does that play out? Do you say something to each other, let's keep the hammer down, and is it style of play? How do you make sure you don't let that other team back in?
Yeah, I think it's just continuing to do not getting too comfortable. Obviously when you score a bunch of goals, you can get comfortable, you can try and push for more, but I think it's about just being a little bit more mature and sticking with the game plan, and I think we did a good job of that last night.
I see they honored Fowler for his 1,000th game. You think you're going to make 1,000 yourself? I see you're at 427 now. Can you make 1,000?
That's a long way for me to look at right now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of players hope they can get to 1,000. It's a pretty big accomplishment, but I'm not even halfway there, so we'll worry about that later.
You guys had the celebration last night for his 1,000th game. His former teammates were out there and did a wonderful pregame ceremony. I get the sense that, obviously, his former teammates respect and like him a hell of a lot. There's a great piece on The Athletic about that. In addition to, I get the sense that, I don't know, but he's gelled with you guys quite well, and he's on the ice been incredibly valuable since coming over from the Ducks. What's your observation there?
Yeah, obviously on the ice he's a great player. He moves the puck well. He fits in really nice with Parenko, and they've been playing awesome. They've been a great pairing and complement each other. He's got a lot of good offensive instincts. He can skate. He's got tons of patience. So there's a ton to like there, and just off the ice, a great guy. Not too vocal, but always been an awesome dude to talk and hang out with, and very positive and great in the room. And there's not much bad to say about him. He's an awesome guy and a great player.
When a move like that is made, does it sort of also tell the room, hey, the front office believes in this group, or they're looking to help us to add on? They say that a lot in baseball at the trade deadline. If they make a move, then the room kind of goes, all right, they think we're pretty good, and they knew we needed help. Is there a little bit of an emotional lift also?
Yeah, to be honest, we know we're a good team in that room, and we know we've been playing well for a long stretch of games now, and just haven't gotten the result we feel like we've deserved. So we feel like we're in a really good spot and primed to make a nice run.
I asked Parayko this last night. Did you ever have a snow day growing up in Alberta? He said, I don't think we ever did. And he said, yeah, this is a decent snow. And I said, what would a snow day in Canada take, like a foot or something? How about in the Toronto area? Did you guys get snow days?
Yes and no. Usually a snow day is when the school buses are canceled. So, probably half our school lived in walking range. So we would, still walk. And at this big hill in front of my school, we used to just slide down it on snow and ice days. So it was kind of fun.
You slide to school. I like that.
Yeah, well, you'd fall if you just tried to walk down the hill. So just get on your bum and slide down it. But
butt off.
Yeah, maybe a couple feet.
How cold did it get up there?
It's not that bad. It was way colder in Minnesota than what we usually get.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah, Toronto's not too bad. Some of these guys who are like Bernie being from Foam Lake, Saskatchewan, I think that's different level. But I still think the hockey guys that are here kind of marvel a little bit, like St. Louis just shut. We got an inch of snow. Hitch used to always rant about that. Do you guys laugh a little bit about how we get crippled by a few inches of snow?
Yeah, it's hilarious. I don't understand how, I don't know. I don't really know if I want to say it, but
go ahead. What does it matter? Nobody's listening. You know that.
We just can't move the snow. It's still there.
There are a lot of people who have been making that observation this week, Robert.
Whatever.
It's been a tough week. Robert, I saw you pregame. You were working with your sticks, and I made a decision not to talk to you. Do you think that was the right move?
Yeah, 100%.
Nice job, Martin.
Nice job. I feel better, and then I feel worse at the same time. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Blues and Blue Jackets tomorrow. Robert Thomas and the boys with a big night last night against the Ducks. One thing I want to see if I can dial in on this. I get the sense, and I don't know if the fan base is, a lot of people in the fan base are picking up. I get the sense that you guys inside that room, and also your coach as well, really believe, and you're not just saying it because you're doing interviews and you kind of got to say it, really believe you're a good team. And I think, if you're just glancing at a game, or if you were watching against Columbus or watching against Minnesota, you're coming away and going, man, that's bad. Blew the lead, couldn't come back against Columbus, whatever ride you want to take. But I sensed a lot of disappointment on Tuesday night from you guys because you're like, man, we needed this and we're a good team and we got to get there because we're good enough to make a run and do something special. And I don't know if that's the way the league is looking at the team. I'm sure you saw Biz talking about how good you guys could be. But there's, I think, a sense in the room that this team is better than maybe the rest of hockey or maybe some fans in the area think. Am I off on that? I just get a sense you guys really buy into how good you guys are and can be.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Our whole room feels that and believes it, and even you play against some guys and they go, hey, you guys were really good tonight, and I'm like, yeah, we're really good a lot of nights. So it's more than just us, and we got to get on a roll here, and just so we can prove it.
I like hearing that. Mm-hmm. Gets me fired up.
You got another 3 home games before you got to hit the road again. How much does that help, just to be able to practice a little bit more regularly?
Yeah. Well, if they move the snow, then maybe we can.
No,
Doug, there it is.
Another slap at our town.
No. Yeah, I think it's 4 home games.
Yes.
3 or 4, but we're super pumped. This is a great time being at home to really, put our foot down and make a good run in front of our fans and get everyone excited for the second half, and that's what we're looking to do.
And I guess if there's an injury or whatever, I think there's still a chance you could end up at the Four Nations. And I'm sure you're not tracking it that closely, but what would it mean if you did, in fact, get a chance?
Yeah, it would be really cool. Obviously, a dream and a goal of mine. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Blues and Blue Jackets tomorrow night as the Blues will try to keep it going, especially with this offensive play as of late. We'll see how it continues. Blues and Blue Jackets here on 101 ESPN. Robert Thomas, kind enough to join us following the game last night, a 6-2 win. Robert, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for the time, man.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Robert Thomas with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, that's the thing. Every time I hear these guys talk, I'm just like, they're not just saying it. You know, this is a different thing, and I hope it can lead to a real run. I mean, they're just 2 points back of the last wild card spot. I think what on the other side of it is they're way back of the first wild card spot, 9 points back of the Avalanche. And so if they don't get it going, you're essentially going to be one of a bunch of teams fighting for one spot. And I think that's why this homestand in particular, I think that's why Montgomery was as, I think Jackson would approve of this word, demonstrative with his comments. Thank you. I got a thumbs up on that.
All right.
At the skate yesterday, and the way that they came out and responded so they didn't let the loss to Minnesota carry over. And you got to capitalize on it when you're playing some of the lesser teams. And, man, did they ever with the way they came out last night. Got Columbus tomorrow night, and then those back-to-back against Calgary in St. Louis. And the Flames are a point ahead of the Blues. And, Doug, would you say the Flames have 3 in hand?
I would say that. I was just trying to check the Vaughn index, see where the Blues are.
Okay. Yeah, what do you got here?
Some numbers.
Right, Roof Daddy! Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes.
Yeah, I guarantee you Kerber's looking over his shoulder when he hears that.
Well, the Vaughn index currently stands at a 44.
44. Now, that also is their point total.
Strictly a coincidence. When you run the numbers, home, away, goals for, goals against, that kind of thing, shorthanded shorties,
yeah,
and put it in the algorithm, it comes out 44.
Good math, Doug.
I just did. So that would be your Vaughn index. The Blues are at 44.
I'm glad they have that belief. You can tell from Robert that maybe it's been discussed in the room even that the outside world doesn't think they're anything special. And maybe that's going to motivate them a little bit. All of that said, they need to rattle off some wins. I mean, you can feel as confident in your group as you want, but you got to get the points. And right now the Vaughn index has them at 44.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hopefully make a little hay on this homestand. It's interesting how players, they show up, they've got the next game. Used to make fun of Kachuk because he didn't know what day of the week it was, but I actually think in that world that's probably common. Oh, yeah. You're on a plane, you're in a hotel. Parayko last night, we were about to tape, and I said, is it a 4 or 5 game homestand? I said it's 4. Yeah. And then you heard Robert say, is it 3 or 4? Like they just really do lock in on what that next game is. I was going to ask him about Jackson going to the game, and I just didn't feel like today was the day to play ball, maybe.
No,
like,
maybe
okay,
not.
But
he's concerned about the streets being clear so they can practice
on that.
Yeah, I like that. I knew they don't want to like take a shot, but I think they all laugh. If you're from Canada, you're like, gosh, it's a couple inches of snow. What are we doing here? Hitch used to just say it. Like, this is embarrassing. He used to just say it all the time.
I missed this one from the horny banker. Jackson, I don't know if you want to call Robert back. Hey, Robert, I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to hammer your goal props. Can you please try your hardest to score? That's from the horny banker. Yeah, I would have liked to have asked that, and I missed it.
Yeah, please try your hardest to score.
Really loved Doug's question to Thomas when he asked, how cold does it get in Toronto? That's from Mr. Licks.
Yeah, I want to know. I lived in Minnesota for 3 years, and it was absolutely miserable. I mean, it got down to, at times when I was there, it was like minus 30. Minus 30. Where they tell you, don't go outside. Your skin will snap freeze in a few seconds.
Oh, my word.
Yeah. We had to have people come pick us up in Jeeps with chains on the tires. They would drive right in our front yard, and we would run from the front door, dive into the Jeep. You're outside for maybe 10 seconds, and your whole body feels like it's got pinpricks all over it.
And
Yeah,
they came
it's
to get
tough.
you just so you could deliver the sportscast?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
In Rochester,
It doesn't leave me
East.
quivering.
You had no chance to get in on your own. No chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, 287 friends are in the YouTube chat. You can get in there, especially if you're going to be working from home, or maybe you don't have work today. Or you know what? The kids might not have school. Nothing better than to watch this show and engage in the chat with Tiny PP and Jasper Lamar Crab and Too Fat to Kayak. And, of course, from Who's the Boss, the delectable Danny Pintaro. They're all in there and talking it over. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. The studio cams here for the YouTube channel brought to you by the Air Alliance team. We welcome you to participate also by texting in 314-399-9646 or calling in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. We're efforting Joe Theismann to join us following Notre Dame's win. Joey Vitale is going to join us. Gabe DeArmond is going to join us. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Drops of the week coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After. Show's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. I'm Tim McKernan. And we welcome you to live stream the program via the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. They're both brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Joe Theismann texted me back during the commercial break. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock.
Nice.
Probably rolling in from South Beach right now, Doug. Where do you think he was?
What, you think he didn't go home last
Space.
night?
He was at Space.
That's where he was.
Yeah, opens at like 2 a.m.
That's in that's in downtown. That's Doug. You call it Brickell, the Brickell area?
Well, there is a Brickell Street.
Yeah, I think that's the area.
Can you imagine seeing Joe Theismann? If you're a Notre Dame geek, like, and you're down there and you're just tanked and you're in a bar and all of a sudden Joe Theismann walks in. Oh my God! Can we get a picture?
I got to text my parents that he's going to be on at 9:00 so they can live stream. I am not sharing the videos that I shared with you boys last night. My little sister, is with my parents down in Hilton Head, where they visit with Stephen Wildwood when he plays the golf course. And she was sending videos to me and my brothers of my dad's reaction during the Notre Dame game, because Martin was looking for an update on how my father was doing throughout the course of the game, and I didn't know I was actually going to get videos of it, and boy, was he fired up.
I started rooting for Notre Dame harder once I saw the video. Because I wanted him to be happy so bad. I wanted to be happy so bad.
That's what I mean. He was texting me last night, and I just said, what a win. And my mom said, unreal, I can hardly breathe. My dad said, wow, I wish all you guys were here for this. It's so exciting. Just one more. I'm so excited and so fired up.
Does he mean all of us, like Doug and Jackson and
Chairman
me?
Kern?
I think just the McKernan.
Oh, it's the kids.
Producer Joe, yeah. Producer Joe used to sell advertising very briefly. When he was terminated, I believe that was for telling former KFNS general manager Evan Crocker to go F himself. And that was considered insubordination.
That'll do it. Yeah. That'll usually do it.
And so I'm like, all right, I'll get you can sell some advertising at Inside STL. And my dad, who was a general sales manager at KFNS and at KPLR TV, and has gotten me all of my jobs, including the busboy gig. That's exactly right, at Pietro's. Said, Timmy, I've been doing this since the 1960s. He's the one guy I can't reach. I can't reach that guy. It's screwed. But he loves them. They got along quite well, but he couldn't get them going. Producer Joe's a wizard, though, for what he does now.
Was Joe's sales pitch like some people like certain things and some people like other things?
Maybe I'm just a man of the people.
Yeah, how about that? So Joe Theismann, courtesy of producer Joe, is going to be joining us at 9:00. Gabe DeArmond coming up. Joey Vitale coming up. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com to compete with the greats. And courtesy of James Carlton yesterday, we were able to give away some tickets to the Blues and Ducks. And I think the winner wasn't able to go, but the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom was able to go.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom was the winner. She couldn't go. And so we gave it to Fuelsy, who got a vote from Doug.
What a nice prize to get to go to that game.
Yeah, Jim Dandy. So email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin, you're a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client.
Design Air, all you need to know is they've been here today, tomorrow. They'll be here for a long time. Started in 1904. We love these great St. Louis success stories where they're been around a long time. 1904 is when it all began. That's right when Doug started at Channel 4 in 1904. Seth Goldcamp and the family.
I was here for the Olympics.
Let's go live to Doug Vaughn over at Forest Park. Seth Goldcamp and the family now taking care of thousands and thousands and thousands of satisfied customers, and they make sure when they're fixing your furnace, they're not there to upsell. They work with the technicians to make sure their number one job is to repair your HVAC unit. DesignAirService.com is the website. You can get online, have them come out to your home. I believe Manute Bowl eligible the other day texted that.
Is that right?
He texted in and said Design Air was out servicing his furnace. We love the TMA support. They're the longest running supporter advertiser of this show, known for their honesty, credibility. That's what you get when you're dealing with Design Air. Get online, DesignAirService.com.
It's 8:42 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, and at approximately 8:45 every Friday here on TMA. Doug, we celebrate the week that was, the great work that we have done week in and week out since 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Clip that off.
Whatever the final score of that game was.
My mom's not rolling dirty.
Oh, no, buddy.
I don't remember off the top of my head. Whatever was, I remember the game was low scoring, but I can't remember the top of my head what the score was.
Hot takes just mixed in throughout, left and right.
Okay, Martin. Michigan, whatever it was, Ohio State.
Yeah, that was shocking.
I just got an emergency notification for a nice recipe for pork chops and apple stuffing.
I delayed my workout for an hour to be on with these two jackwagons.
Yeah, all the talk about little pee-pee and that. I don't care what
Sorry to wait here. Let me see if I can find it. I can't find the game.
BISECTS. No, sorry.
We're really by.
Wow. I know it was low scoring, but for some reason I can't remember the score. Let me see. Hold on. I'll find it.
That big rack of hers that she showed off constantly. It's just, and that peanut butter skin with that big rack.
And one other thing.
Okay.
We only have 2 months to baseball.
Really?
There it is, 13-10.
That was Drops of the Week.
I like what you did there, kind of weaving
Yeah,
in.
it was a weave,
Francesa.
Martin. That's what they call that.
And then there was the payoff at the end.
Oh, wow.
Chevy Savard was in there in the middle. Caller Janet was in
Caller
there.
Janet had a big call this
Caller
week.
John was in there.
Cam Klauser. Doug, you know Cam Klauser?
I don't believe I do.
He's in the YouTube chat with 300 other friends of the Feather here. And he says, I started listening a couple weeks ago. I love the show, but I have to ask, what's the story behind the chicken in the logo? Yeah, if you're watching, Jackson and I are wearing the TMA stocking caps. You can get your TMA merch. Brand new stuff up there. A new shirt, TMASTLshop.com, and we have sales going on some polos. But Doug, the history of the Banty Rooster is not a random thing. Martin, I don't know if you know this story. It ties into Doug and his time in television in Miami and native St. Louisan Earl Weaver.
Right. I went to interview Earl Weaver. He was retiring, and he made this announcement during the off-season of baseball, of course. And so NBC called me when I was working at NBC affiliate. Can you go interview Earl Weaver and get his thoughts on his retirement after his long career? So I said, well, sure, I'd love to. Went to his house, a little bit afraid of him because, he was such a bombastic manager, yelling, screamer. But he was very nice. When I sat and interviewed him for about 30 minutes, he poured his heart out, was teared up at one point. So then we took the tape back out to the Jeep to get ready to go back to the station. There was nothing on the video. There was nothing on the tape.
The worst feeling.
Yeah. So I said, well, we have to do this. And NBC was going to give me like $200 for doing this. I said, we're going back in there. So I knocked on the door. He was a little frustrated. He said, okay, we'll do it again. This time the interview lasted maybe 5 minutes. Wrapped it up. So sorry that it didn't work the first time. Went back to the van, checked it out again. Again, we got nothing. The photographer hadn't connected the roll
is it
cable.
3/4 inch?
Yes, it was a 3/4 inch days. I said, NBC's paying me how much? We're going back in there.
No.
We are going back in there.
Oh.
So I knocked on the door again and explained it. This time he starts throwing pillows and kicking the carpet and cussing at me and screaming. Just kind of like that. Yep. I think I asked one question. So you're giving it up, huh? Okay, that'll do it. Thank you. His answer was about 15 seconds. He was yelling and screaming and hating the media, hating everybody. He was a little Banty Rooster. And so that's when we decided that the Banty Rooster would be the logo for this program.
That is where the rooster has come from. Former producer of the show, Gangster Pete, designed this logo. I was doing an interview yesterday, and the people that came in, they said, well, the logo's great. Where'd the logo come from? And I said, I believe it came from the show Ozark with the great Jason Bateman and Laura Linney. And then we incorporated the rooster. It was done by Gangster Pete. And so that ties to Doug's issues with his videographer and Earl Weaver in Miami.
I still haven't forgiven Alex Bullock.
Alex Bullock is the name of the
I have not forgiven him.
And you still didn't get that last
still
interview.
Didn't get it.
Yeah, you didn't get it.
There was nothing on the last one. I said, that's it. We're calling, that's it. I called NBC and I said, sorry we couldn't get your video. He wasn't home.
When really you spent all day trying to get this.
And thus began a long line of Doug Vaughn lying. For example, when he leaves in the morning to his family, he says, well, I've still got that job at the post office. I'll be back at about noon. Don't tell him what you're doing. I'm picturing Earl Weaver much like his managerial days, kicking pillows.
That's what it was the third time, yeah. His wife tried to calm him down. His wife put her hands on his shoulder. Come on, Earl, the young boy's just doing his job. That's what she called me.
The young boy.
Cam Klauser is very grateful for your telling of the story. He says, great story, fellas. Love it. MIZZZ. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. He's getting ready for the Vanderbilt game tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, boy, he was a little banty rooster.
I bet he was, because that's what he was famous for arguing.
About
He's an
5'2", and his head was just bright red. He was so mad, and veins popping out of the side of his neck.
Lived
and everything.
in Maplewood for years. Where did he go?
Oh, is that right?
Where did he go to high school?
I think he was a Beaumont guy.
Went to Beaumont, but yeah, I knew my stepmother grew up in the Maplewood area, and Earl Weaver was their neighbor.
Oh, that right?
Really?
50s and 60s.
Was he ever banty rooster with them?
I'll text her if you'd like me to. I texted with my Blues correspondents, Trevor and Pinky, which is overnight.
Trevor and Pinky.
I think that's the overnight show here. Trevor Nickerson, great Blues employee, does a lot of the video work. And then Pinky, Chris Pinkert, does a lot of the online work, media coverage. And I said, is the electrical dance, the Amber Bar, based on an outlet? And Trevor said, I have no idea. And he said, also, I don't think Pinky's up at this hour. So I was like, so I tried to get further clarification from Trevor and Pinky. I always thought that rooster was something sexual, knowing you guys.
No.
Yeah,
okay.
Doug's a bit of he likes to work blue, whereas I try to keep it on the straight and narrow. And,
fair enough.
Yeah, that's the story. Cam Klauser, you have gotten the background on the TMA Banty Rooster. Joe Theismann coming up at 9 o'clock. Joey Vitale and Gabe DeArmond as well on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt. The show is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. A back-to-back doesn't hurt the Cavs as they pick up a win over the Toronto Raptors, 132-126. Darius Garland with 40 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN. A lot of Blues and Notre Dame Penn State conversation so far on the program. Robert Thomas with us earlier here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And Joe Theismann, a euphoric Joe Theismann, going to be with us in about 6 minutes. Jackson, the Nolan Arenado situation is one to monitor here even more closely because, per MLB Network, he is now open to going to more teams than he was. Doug, take a listen to this report.
Okay.
Earlier in the show, it seems to have been narrowed to Boston. Where do things stand with the Red Sox and Nolan Arenado?
Lauren, it is a really interesting topic because I do believe the Red Sox want to make at least one more significant trade. It could be for Arenado. It could be for an arm like Sandy Alcantara, who we mentioned on the show yesterday. But I was told by a source last night, Lauren, that it's not necessarily Boston or bust for Arenado, that there is an open-mindedness on his part that perhaps after the Houston possibility went away, that he would be willing to entertain spots that are not Boston, perhaps a team like the Mariners or a team like the Tigers, both of whom are known to be involved in the markets for various bats that are still out there, that Arenado is at least open-minded to places like Detroit or Seattle in a way that he might not have been a month ago when more options were there in front of him. So certainly, yes, Boston probably is still top of the list. Competitive team, great place to hit. His swing would play really well there. But I'm told, Lauren, in the last 24 hours that Boston is not the only team right now that Arenado is willing to waive that no-trade clause for a trade to go to.
What a talent.
Do we fade Lauren?
There was a bad out.
Fade Oftentimes, Doug is very critical of Jackson's editing, Martin. You should know that.
We don't fade out of audio edits, mister. Unless it's a music bed or something.
Coming off that Earl Austin thing where you couldn't get the interview, you're going to come at me about the editing.
Not Earl Austin.
Earl
Austin was kicking.
Earl Austin was good. Boy, he seems like a very friendly man.
Hey, Doug, we're going to do it again.
They got waffle fries, man.
Earl.
Is that Earl right there?
Yeah.
Talking waffle fries?
Yeah.
Great drop.
He's the best. Doug, Tim is your name.
Yes.
And Doug. Or anybody else listening. I believe I broke this story earlier this week when I said Arenado had narrowed his list to anywhere but here. I believe that's a follow-up to that.
I mean, he just wants to get out of here so badly.
Detroit, Seattle.
Opened it up. For the record, the Tigers' regular season win total projection is 83.5. If he was to go to Detroit, that is per Bovada, for the record. And the Mariners, I was surprised to see it's this high. Maybe I'm missing something here, but they're at 84.5. But neither one are like expected to be great. Although, when Major League Baseball released its 10-year projections for world champions earlier this week.
Nonsense.
That's a matter of opinion. They had the Dodgers beating the Tigers this year, so maybe they're counting on Arenado going there and becoming the comeback player of the year and the American League MVP. I don't know. I don't have that information.
It doesn't seem to me like Arenado's got a whole lot of leverage to determine exactly what team he's going to go to.
Well, I think he's finding that out. I think that's what's happening. It's playing out in real time. But where is Sandy Alcantara going? Where is he headed? Felt John Miller-esque, didn't it?
Yes.
Yada Melina. We're just sort of.
He speaks fluent Spanish, so he loves it when the Spanish names come up.
Oh, is that the reasoning for it?
I think so.
Is that right?
I've heard him do interviews in Spanish.
I speak fluent Latin, but it just doesn't come up as much as you would think.
I feel like you'd be more pig Latin over at St. Gabriel's.
It's exactly right. That's what they taught at St. Gabriel's.
You go to the store, Jimmy, and get your father some Bush Bay Light. Is that Bush beer, Dad? Your mother doesn't want to hear me say it.
100 West Dental is where you can go as well at 100westdental.com, and that's Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal listener and sponsor of this program. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. Your overall mouth health and cosmetic part of partnering with a dentist impacts the rest of your health. Don't separate the two. Just because insurance is separated with dental and medical health doesn't mean that dental health doesn't impact the rest of your health. So you got to get checked out. You can schedule online at 100westdental.com. No phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com. Mention my name and get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100 West Dental. That's 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. We will have Joe Theismann with us on Notre Dame's win last night. He was at the game, nervous as all get out. He is going to give us his perspective on the festivities coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, this is the interview I've been waiting for.
Okay. I think we all have been.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here on 101 ESPN, TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And, of course, you can watch us on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program a man experiencing euphoria. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Joe Theismann. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, gentlemen, and what a day it is. What a night it was. What a week it's going to be.
God bless America. How are you feeling this morning?
Euphoric.
Yep.
I just, I tossed and turned all night last night. I was so excited about everything. The game was a nail biter. Having a chance now to have Notre Dame go to a national championship game. And as I watched that game unfold, I thought about our conversation, and it pretty much fit the bill. I mean, special teams, and then, our kicker came through.
Yep.
That ball looked like it was going to go right. And then, divine intervention sort of brought it back, I think, into the uprights, and we wound up making that. And then, the interception our defense makes, and, Riley just coming back. But, you can't say enough about Steve Arenado, who stepped in there when Riley went down and led him on a drive for a touchdown. So, it's the Notre Dame football team is about as indicative of a true team effort as you're ever going to see anywhere.
And now they've got 10 days to get healthy, because it looked like they lost a couple players last night, too. Might they get them back, do you think, for the championship game?
I'm not sure what the status is of the offensive lineman, but, that's another thing, too, is everybody always talks about next man up. You lose people. We see it at the Detroit Lions at the professional level.
Yeah.
They kept losing people, and they kept winning. You lose two offensive linemen in a game like this, two of them. You got a right guard that, hasn't played, then you got a left guard that's played 60 snaps an entire year, or a left tackle. And I just think that, everybody just extended themselves as far as they could to do what they could to win this football game. And, I think, and, Jeremiah Love is, he could use another 10 days on that knee. I mean, the run he made was just absolutely incredible. I'm just so many different things in this game. We could spend an hour just going over every little element of this football game and say, wow, here we go again. I mean, and truthfully, we did things right, but Penn State did things wrong. It's just like Georgia did the same thing when they played us. We forced them into situations, and when they had opportunities, they couldn't capitalize. When we had opportunities, we did.
And, Joe, when Penn State has the ball, of course, Drew Aller, we feel bad for the kid, but what should they be doing? What do you think the approach should have been in that moment with a tie game?
Well, he basically committed a cardinal sin that I talk to everybody. I talk to young people about it, whether it's high school, college, and even pro guys, is if it's 1st and 10, don't put the ball in harm's way. That was a 1st and 10 that the interception was thrown on, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the ball. It's 1st and 10. If you really don't like the look, just throw it in the ground or someplace else. You don't take sacks when you have a chance to put points on the board. You don't want, and that happened with Riley. Riley wound up getting sacked. Sacks are, sometimes they're the quarterback's fault. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. I thought Penn State's defense was just on us all day long, except for a play here and a play there. But I just think that, you have to understand the moment. You have to understand, there's the physical element of our game, but there's also the mental element of our game where you have to think your way through the scenarios. It's 1st and 10, okay? We got the ball on the 20-yard line. I can't take a sack. I can't throw the ball someplace where I don't feel like I can get it to the guy or throw it out of bounds. You really have to think your way through every play. And I think that, when I see an interception on 1st and 10 from a young guy, and the second thing is you never work back across the field.
Yeah.
Basically you draw a line up the middle of the field, and if you're on one side, stay on that side. Because if you try and go back the other way, too many people start sloughing off and getting in the throwing lanes.
Notre Dame legend and friend of the show, Joe Theismann, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch the program. Joe, specific to Notre Dame's situation, you can look at so many things over the last 5 months and go, they just shouldn't be here, whether it be the injury in the offseason in camp to the starting left tackle, of course, the famous Northern Illinois loss, the injuries throughout the course of the season, and then specific that you made reference to the offensive line last night, Riley. Leonard gets knocked out. The backup quarterback, Steve Angeli, comes in and he leads him down the field for a critical 3 points. But so many things that if you're looking at it on paper, you truly would go, it just doesn't stand to reason, and yet here they are. You have been a part of great teams, championship teams. Once you start to have that as a part of the team's DNA and culture, does it become something that you go, it doesn't matter, we are going to somehow be able to overcome it? Does that become something that is present in the locker room?
Yes, it does, and I think that's part of Marcus's DNA. And I thought he was very eloquent in presenting what he believes about this football team. These guys care about one another. You know, I've said this to me when I broadcast. I did it for 23 years. I could walk into a locker room and I could tell you if that team liked one another and what their chances of success are. This is a football team from the day that Marcus was named as head coach. If you go back and look at that video, they were in the stadium locker room. And the transition from Brian Kelly to Marcus was taking place. They announced him, and the guys mobbed him. They mobbed him, not just the defensive players, but everybody. You know, the right person was chosen to lead this football team, to lead this university, and he's just an incredible human being. And you know, he believes in his guys, and his guys believe in him, and they believe in one another. So yeah, when you start doing things like this, you don't ever believe you're out of it. You always believe there's that opportunity to be able to win. And, you know, it almost carries over to the other team that I was a part of, Washington. You know, since the Chicago Hail Mary, you know, I think there's been 3 or 4 games where they've been basically counted out. And then all of a sudden, Jaden makes a run, Jaden makes a throw, you know, defense, you know, picks off a ball. But, you know, and then on the other side of that, when you play someone, that other team has to realize that there's no quit here. We're in for 60 minutes, not 59 and 59 seconds. We're in for 60 minutes, and we got to go to overtime. We'll do that too. But I think it's a culture that's being built of no matter what. And you know, Riley Mills, the terrific defensive tackle, he was out.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at this football team, we our starting defensive tackle never dressed because he's hurt. You got 2 offensive linemen that went down, and young guys stepped in. Steve stepped in. And, I mean, like I said, you could never define a team win more than we saw at Notre Dame last night.
When guys step in off the bench and look like they don't miss a beat, that's probably a sign of good coaching, and they're practicing right. Everybody's getting in there and knows what they're going to do.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, it's funny. You know, I mean, you're talking about a 100-kid roster. It's like, how do you find the right person to fit in? You know, you've got an 18-year-old versus, say, a 24-year-old sometimes. So, you know, there's a tremendous gap there of maturity and understanding and learning. And then couple all this with the fact that, hey, by the way, you have classes to attend and do all that kind of stuff. I think, again, I felt like the 3 weeks off before the playoffs started was good for us. I thought Riley just continues to play better and better and better as the season's gone on because he didn't have any spring. I think Mike Dembrock, our offensive coordinator, you know, we talked about this yesterday or day before yesterday, whatever it was. Yeah. I said, hey, look, if we're going to win, we're going to have to be able to throw the football. You're not going to be able to just run all the time. And whether you get Texas or Ohio State, it's going to be the same formula. We're going to run it. We're going to do what we can. Riley's going to run it. But then you're going to have to be able to make plays in the passing game if you want to be able to compete at this level. And they did it. Boy, they checked every box.
Joe, in the modern era, Notre Dame, of course, has some, you know, legendary championships and the history of the program is well documented, but they haven't done a ton of winning in the last 30, 40 years. Where do you think that one ranks, that game?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there was the national championship game when Arrow was there, and, you know, Tommy Clements was the quarterback, and, you know, Joe Montana's game, you know, we went to 1970. We went to the first bowl game that Notre Dame was in 50 years. There's been so many monumental moments. I think this one's got to rank in the top 4 or 5. I mean, because there's been so many unbelievable moments, it's got to rank right near the top. I mean, it's just everything, you know. And when you put all the chips out in the middle of a table, That's when it really matters. You know, people talk about rivalries. The Dallas Cowboys and the Washington football team, Washington Redskins, that's who we were. You know, there was a great rivalry because there was so much at stake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like Baltimore and Pittsburgh. There's so much at stake. You know, with every game of the college playoffs, because there's such newness to it. It's unique that this is the first time it's ever happened. It's the first time in a long time Notre Dame's playing for a national championship. I was at the last one against Alabama down in Miami when we played. You know, I remember our team running out, and then I remember their team running out. I thought, my God, these guys are huge. Yeah, I mean, geez, but that's not the case anymore. We can line up and play with anybody. You know, whoever winds up traveling to Atlanta, we'll be there waiting for them.
What do you think, as somebody who loves the game, watches the game, not just through the eyes of a former Notre Dame quarterback, but as an analyst, is there a team that you think benefits as far as the matchup would be for Notre Dame? Would it be better for it to be Texas? Would it be better for it to be Ohio State?
You know, I thought the Georgia game was a good matchup for us because two similar types teams. I thought the Penn State game was a good one to match up. Ohio State's very talented. They've got a lot of speed and everything. Texas has got a really big defensive line. Like I said, I think that, and this is something we talked about just a couple of days ago. Is it doesn't matter who comes in. We have to play Notre Dame football. Marcus could play whatever speech he gave the team before the game last night. He could play it 10 days from now, and it would be applicable. It would be the same thing. Hey, guys, hang together. We've got, it's going to take every one of us. It's going to take every ounce of energy we've got. It's going to take. We need to be aggressive. We need to be smart. And that's the thing that this football team has done. It hasn't wilted back. You get a little bit of a lead or you get behind. It's like, oh, my gosh, the sky is falling. No. For this team, it's like, let's press forward. I mean, you look at fake punts that he's done, fake field goals that he's done. You look at how we got here. I don't think it matters. And right now, the guys are going to celebrate today, and then the coaches will get on it pretty quick. And like I said, I pick Ohio State over Texas tonight. And that's sort of, and I think most of the money's gone that way as well. Mm-hmm. But don't be surprised if it can be a closer game. I think maybe the game against Arizona State with Texas might have been a misnomer. Maybe it didn't work out the way, they didn't play as well as they could and probably have. So, you're in a one-game tournament, man. This is it. It's one and done. And you got to understand that. It's the way it was, with the Super Bowls we went to. You don't get a second chance. You get a long off season to think about the things that you didn't do and to focus on the things that you can do to win.
Freeman's stock couldn't be any higher. Any concern, whether it's the Bears, the Patriots, the NFL just throws a boatload of money at him, or do you think he loves the idea of being in South Bend?
I think, number one, he loves the idea of coaching these kids. Secondly, they just gave him a 4-year extension. I would be shocked if he left why would he want to go to the Chicago Bears and leave the University of Notre Dame? Why would you do that? You'd have to no.
That's my answer.
There you go. Yeah. That's defiant and concise. No, 2 letters.
I go any place, but no, don't go. I mean, it's they've got things they need to work on to straighten out that ship. No, I think Marcus is committed to the university, just as the university has committed to him. Now the next intriguing one is with Tom Brady now with the Raiders.
Yeah.
And Belichick down in Carolina. I don't see Bill Belichick. If you wanted Bill Belichick, you knew something was going to happen with the Raiders. You knew something was going to happen with these different football teams that have fired their coaches, Jacksonville and other places. Why did you not sit down with Bill Belichick in the offseason or during the season? Because I don't believe there's any tampering. He got fired. Why wouldn't you sit down with him before now and court him about coaching your football team? He ranks at the top, if not, right next to a whole bunch of people that are incredible in this game. I think Coach Gibbs was another one who was absolutely incredible. But now all of a sudden you're going to go court Bill after he's committed to the University of North Carolina. I would be very, very shocked if he left that opportunity at North Carolina and went to professional football now. Now, in a year or so, maybe might consider it. but he committed himself to the University of North Carolina. He's committed himself to recruits. And I just don't see Bill. Tom can do all the talking he wants. Money's not an issue. Bill's been making money forever.
Do you think people in the league just didn't like him? Like he just burned some bridges? Or like, I'm surprised he didn't get at least a sniff.
No, I'm surprised too. I think ownership is afraid of him. He's going to. Hey, if you want to win, you put somebody in charge who knows how to win. You look around the league. I mean, look at the Giants. Their general manager let Saquon Barkley walk out the door to a division rival for nothing. Nothing. That to me, and I don't want anybody to ever lose a job, but you make decisions in this business, and it costs you, and sometimes you don't even make decisions. I mean, Mayo's out up in New England, and they thought that might work out, but everybody's looking for that instant gratification. They're looking for that. This is the person with the magic wand that's going to get us where we want to go. Coaching is a process. Playing is a process. Being a rookie and learning how to play is a process. What we see in Jaden Daniels is very exceptional. We see an exceptional young man, but yet he still has a lot to grow at the position at quarterback in the NFL. We see it in Caleb Williams, talented young man, a lot to grow. To me, there's a lot of guys out there that are really, really good football coaches, and they just need an opportunity and a chance to be able to establish what basically Marcus has done at Notre Dame, establish a culture.
Joe,
the culture.
The final thought for you here. I mean, what a weekend. You've got the win last night in a classic, sending the Fighting Irish to the college football playoff national championship game a week from Monday in Atlanta. I'm sure.
So good, Timmy.
Oh, I love saying it as well.
Music to my ears.
And then, of course, I'm sure you'll be watching the festivities in Arlington tonight between Texas and Ohio State at the Cotton Bowl. Again, NFL playoffs, including Washington and Jaden Daniels, who we were just talking about, for the nightcap on Sunday. Plenty of our listeners want to hear what you have to say about that one, going up against Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers.
It's funny. I think the last time Washington was in the playoffs, they played Tampa Bay. They opened the season in Tampa against Tampa Bay. And now I don't plan on this being a closing of the season, but you're right back in Tampa playing the Bucs again. Baker's doing some magical stuff. Mike Evans is just a beast to try and stop. Bucky Irving is a heck of a running back. And I think it's going to, this is one of those things where I do believe special teams, again, will make a difference. We have a great punter in Tress Way. We've struggled a little bit kicking field goals. I think that's going to be paramount for us to be able to put every point on the board you possibly can. But I think Washington is an entirely different football team going into Tampa than they did in the opening game when Jaden really was just learning how to play the position. So I like Washington tonight.
Yeah, what a great, you got to be so, you're fired up anyway, but the weekend you got here with all the football, and then you got Washington. Then you
had a call from us.
And a call back-to-back days on this show. That's probably that's the highlight.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Doing a little relaxing.
You call me tomorrow. You'll call me. No, are you off Saturday?
If you'd like, I can just call you and we can talk if you want.
Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Joe, we're always so grateful, especially following last night's festivities. I was so happy for you and knowing how much it meant to you and so many other Notre Dame fans, and cannot wait for the festivities a week from Monday. Doug, let's say it again. When the Fighting Irish head to Atlanta to play in the college football playoff national championship game.
Play that song again, baby. Play that song.
Joe, thanks so much for the time. Enjoy a great weekend.
You two guys, take care.
Take it easy. That's Joe Theismann with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
He sure is nice to come on as often as he does.
I think it's probably good for him to get the exposure.
Oh, you think that's what he needs?
I know he did Monday Night Football and played, with Washington and Notre Dame, but this is kind of the summit.
This is a whole different level.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tim would be a good news director, because what you do is you say, I've got this opportunity for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you want to host weekend news in the morning on Saturday, like 6 to 7 a.m.?
I've had that conversation before.
Yeah.
Let's show you that fine presentation.
Yeah, take a listen to that.
And you get a chance to do something. It's an opportunity.
Wonderful
Doug.
opportunity. You'd be a fool to pass it
up.
Yeah, opportunity.
I think I love. I mean, listen, it's a weird. Jackson, what did you say? You lean into the stink? Is that
Have
what you
to.
said?
Oh. Yeah.
And that's the Buccaneers giving 3 to Washington?
Yeah.
It is odd. I will say that.
Really odd.
But I think there is a real good chance that Jaden Daniels is going up against the Detroit Lions.
Yeah,
They would be the 6th seed. I like the Eagles against the Packers, and the Packers are the 7th seed, which would mean you'd have the Packers taking on the Rams or Vikings. And if the Commanders do beat the Buccaneers, Joe Theismann's team goes up against the Super Bowl favorite.
Yeah, I think I'm rooting for the Commanders. I love Jaden Daniels.
I do too.
I love watching him play.
I was so impressed by what he did against Missouri. I mean, he single-handedly beat Missouri last year at Faurot Field.
Kind of like the Commanders' uniforms. I think
that surprises me.
Oh, do you?
How much did you like last night's? Doug, you had to
Uniform
love
porn.
last night's uniforms, didn't you?
Yeah,
Uniform porn.
Absolutely.
That was uniform porn.
That was if it was at a slightly if it was at a I think Miami obviously is beautiful. I don't think Hard Rock Stadium is all like that. It's not incredible in that way. And then Capital One with the big logo, the patch was the only thing kind of. The patch is so big.
Patches.
It's so big. Like, does it have to be that big? Like, at least the national championship patch is like something to do with the game. Like, I get Capital One pays a lot of money for it, but it's such a big, egregious patch.
Egregious.
Yeah, egregious. What a word.
But no logos on the helmet. How about that?
For either team.
team.
Oh, I'm going to go find out if the last time we had a college football semifinal playoff with no logo on the side.
Oh,
Maybe Bama Notre Dame? Because Alabama just does the numbers.
That was in the national championship game.
Gene Stallings?
Gene Stallings. They went up against the Hurricanes, so they had, and The Rock. The Rock was on that Miami team. Notre Dame and Alabama with Derrick Henry running wild when they beat the hell out of him with Battlehawks former quarterback A.J. McKernan in that same building.
Ohio State, they don't have a logo on there.
A lot of Buckeyes.
Michigan doesn't technically have a logo on there.
They have the Vianney.
That's kind of a logo.
Yeah.
These were just plain old helmets that they wore last night.
Colors.
Striped down the middle for Penn State. But I thought it was uniform porn. I thought it was great.
Wow, uniform porn.
Uniform porn.
Make that my call-in name. Uniform porn.
Call in as uniform
And I
porn.
apologize. I normally go to onboarding. I'm headed down. City SC will be introducing the new coach. You guys call them the doggies?
Yeah.
Yes.
Watch this, Martin. Defense, doggies, defense. Defense, doggies, defense.
Would you like me to ask Olaf Melberg if he's okay with the team being called the doggies?
Should be.
Ooh, they might brief him to not do that.
Isn't Purina's one of the big sponsors?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, tie it all in.
That was gaining some traction, and then there was a counter-offensive run in which they started doing the Ravioli Boys thing. Yeah.
It's like the team wanted nothing to do with doggies.
Yeah.
I don't know why not. It'd been perfect to have a dog mascot patrolling the sidelines with a Purina across his chest or something.
You'll never bark alone.
There you
Wow.
go. Never bark
I'll bring that with me, guys.
Yeah,
Great
you got
show.
it.
Great show.
Ladies and gentlemen, Martin's heading out for the weekend. Safe travels on the roads. It's coming down harder now. But the roads look good as I'm looking at Olive Boulevard, 2 hours south. Chairman Kurt will slide into the dais. Martin heading out. 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour on TMA. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom with the lead so far here this month, Doug. And I know she's saying the monogramming business that she opened is struggling, but maybe she can spend some more time on emails, and that's a great opportunity. Talked about Han bombs at Napoli yesterday to win. You can email in and compete with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond still to join us on the program. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Big program today here on 101 ESPN, and because of that, we're a little behind on the clock, Doug.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yep. So we're going to do a quick one here.
Okay.
Gabe's going to be with us at 9:45. Joey Vitale at 10:30. But we got to play catch up. Great conversation with Joe Theismann. Great conversation with Robert Thomas. Miss anything? Podcast the program. TMA listeners have been PLTDing for decades, and you can podcast on the TMA STL app. And that is brought to you by, the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door Company. Man, he is a loyal TMA listener and now TMA advertiser. And we recommend doing business with the advertisers. That's the name of the game. Support the sponsors. Schaefer Door Company, online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. When it gets cold like this, that's when garage door springs break. And that's when you sit there and go, oh man, what do I do here? Well, I got a real easy one for you. Go to schaeferdoor.com. Simple as that. Plus, they set up a number that's specific for TMA listeners to call or text. The number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experiencing these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Coming up, Katie Wu was on with BK and Ferrario, and she was kind of setting the record straight on where fan angst should be directed, in her opinion. We'll have that for you, in addition to the Nolan Arenado latest, in which he is opening up to more teams to go to per MLB Network. Gabe DeArmond on the college football playoff. Missouri taking on Vanderbilt this weekend. Joey Vitale on the Blues for his traditional Friday appearance on TMA. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is your captain's log for what is to come here on TMA on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt sliding in for Martin Kilcoyne. No onboarding today. He is down at City's press conference. So he had to bolt a little early. We welcome you to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. That YouTube chat is active. The delectable Danny Pintaro says, I need to hear about Mizzou hoops from Gary Pinkel. So Danny Pintaro, Jonathan on Who's the Boss. Big Missouri basketball fan. I don't know what the Cardinal approval rating is in the St. Louis area, where fans would say I'm on board or not. But Katie Wu was on with BK and Ferrario yesterday, Katie Wu of The Athletic, and she said this regarding fan angst and who, in her opinion, it should be directed toward.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Well, they certainly don't have to cut anything, as you and I both know, right? This is an ownership choice, and I do understand some of the rationale behind it. Yes, there will be a decline in ticket sales next year. They're preparing for that. Yes, they did lose 25% of their promised revenue from their restructured television deal. However, the choice to cut payroll is not a Mo choice. It's not an Ollie choice. It's a choice from ownership. And it remains to be seen just how far they're willing to take a pay cut, right? Moving Nolan is the easiest way to move that money. And the Cardinals aren't looking to move all $74 million of it. You know, they were willing to eat somewhat of a minority of that contract with the Astros deal that fell through. But if they don't trade Nolan, they're going to have to get creative and maybe offload some salaries like Eric Fetty's or Steven Matz. Also, while that's a combined $19.5 million, they're also the two players in the rotation that don't have a full no-trade clause that are veterans at least. So they're the easiest to move from that standpoint. I wish we kind of knew, and this is going to be very difficult to find out, how much money they're really investing in player development, because that's important. That needs to happen. It needs to have happened years ago. And it sounds like it's going to be a major multi-year investment. But I could also hear the argument where you can do both at the same time. You don't have to severely strip down payroll while investing all of your money in player development. How the Cardinals elect to allocate their resources, however, again, is an ownership decision, and it's one that is definitely not very popular with fans right now.
There you go.
Okay.
Katie Wu setting a record.
Yeah.
For the upcoming festivities.
I don't fully understand the player development angle. Like the Cardinals are just now deciding that it's important. They're just now getting word that it's important to develop your minor league players. Haven't they always tried to do that? They got a great complex down there in Jupiter.
It's actually really out of date. I mean, that's why they're doing all the renovations. Have you been to the Nationals and Astros one just like 15 minutes away?
I have not.
Yeah, when you go to that, it stands out how dated Roger Dean's complex is for the Cardinals and the Marlins.
What do they have that the Cardinals need or don't have?
A great deal of space in addition to space for workout facilities and rooms for staff to watch film and do indoor training for when you run into rain issues, which oftentimes you will in South Florida, or if it's cold. And so it's just, it really is dated. I mean, to me, I still view it as, great just because it's, you're in South Florida and you're happy. But it's been around now. It's approaching being 30 years old, as crazy as that seems to me, because I was there for the first year in 1998. And so they are redoing it, and they're going to stay there, but they're redoing it. But that's the spring training complex. Their issue is player development across the board, and that speaks to so many players, unfortunately, from a Cardinal fan perspective, leaving here and then taking off, or players that they were high on who just didn't develop. And so that's where the focal point is. But, when it gets down to it, the issue from my standpoint has been, and it's unfortunate, but I get that it's kind of red meat. If you're doing what we do, you host a show, or if you want to get likes on social media or engagement, it's to bitch about the team not spending money. The team has spent money, especially for the market size. The issue is how poorly they've allocated the dollars, and that speaks to an inability to properly evaluate the marketplace. And then when they do draft players, to see them go elsewhere and have success. That speaks to what you have on the staff. When you see, we talked about it in the 7 o'clock hour, Doug, the Cardinals fighting over a few $100,000 in arbitration, something that the organization has gone out of their way and kind of prided themselves on not actually going to arbitration. I think they had a streak of that for years. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw Mark Feinsand tweet out last night that the Cardinals are back and forth. Newt Bar wants 2.9. Cardinals are 2.415 or something like that. That you're going to the mat on that, it's just like, how bad is the situation?
Where'd all the money go that they made over the last 2 decades?
I don't know. I don't get it. And that's the thing. It just doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't add up as to why it has gotten so bad so quick and what the mindset is. And I think there's more there. I don't necessarily think it means that it's evil, which I think it's attached or nefarious, but I think that it's been so sudden. It's been so sudden to me. And when Jackson and I were doing Balloon Party here on 101 ESPN, I talked about it with regard to the last offseason. I didn't think it meant they were going to be great by any means, but it was telegraphing what their situation was from a financial health standpoint, that you were doing 2 one-year deals with Lynn and Gibson, and then what was, relatively speaking, a short-term deal with Sonny Gray, and then also that it was backloaded as much as that deal was with Sonny Gray. In other words, they weren't going to have big contracts on the books past 2026 outside of Contreras and Arenado. Otherwise, they were going to have some financial flexibility. And that really stood out to me, especially for a team coming off a last-place finish. It also stood out to me that they gave an extension to a manager following a last-place finish, but they didn't do it like right after the season. They did it like 2 weeks before the season, which screamed that they knew that they were going to have another problem on their hands. And one of the things that John Mozeliak was talking about at winter warm-up last year was Yadier Molina being a presence. He never was around. I mean, so many things have just been off. And I think that there's more to it. We talked about it yesterday. Mozeliak likes to keep things in-house. I respect that a great deal. But because of that, fans are left to fill in the blanks based on the moves that don't add up to what Cardinal fans have experienced in Bill DeWitt's ownership tenure. And I think that's what you have going on. You have a combination of frustration and even anger, or on the other side of it, you just have apathy. And I think if you're a business, apathy is actually worse than frustration.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think you can make the argument that they haven't really drafted very well. I mean, they got Mason Wynn, looks like a player.
They really like J.J. Westerholt.
They like everybody they pick.
I know, but I'm talking independent. There are people not with the Cardinals who really like him. I think that's another reason they want to get rid of Arenado quickly, to see if he can develop even quicker.
Hell, when was the last time they drafted a really good starting pitcher?
That to me, the homegrown starting pitching thing is one of the most glaring issues. That you have to go way back to find that.
I think that would take care of a lot of things. If you got good, solid pitching, I mean, that's the most important ingredient for any winning team. That's what they need to do.
We welcome your thoughts on the topic. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And you are welcome to participate in the conversation about the team at youtube.com/TMASTL on the YouTube chat for the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, the 9 o'clock hour, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies on evergreenstl.com. Gabe DeArmond, Joey Vitale in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, plus former Rams punter Sean Landeta is angry as a hornet with a Philadelphia radio station. I can't wait for this.
I knew him.
We'll have that coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and youtube.com/TMASTL.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Last night in the NBA, the Warriors were able to defeat the Pistons last night, 107-104. Former Oklahoma Sooner Buddy Hield with 19 points. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Do you know Buddy Hield had a good game last night, Doug?
I just heard he did. Heard about it just a moment ago.
SportsCenter update, right?
Gabe DeArmond, if anyone can tell you how much of a bucket Buddy Hield was at Oklahoma. I mean, he was
the Colonel.
bucket.
You like that, Doug? You like that term? How much of a bucket?
No, I didn't care for it.
He would fill it up like no one's business when he was at Oklahoma. I thought he might have been the best player ever when he was a Sooner.
Wow, best player ever.
He would have like a 50-point game every night.
LeBron, and then there's Buddy Hield.
One of the most efficient shooters in the league since he entered. So.
James Carlton presents the Colonel every Friday here on TMA. Gabe DeArmond. James is online at carltoninsurance.net. Doug, do you like 400 5-star reviews?
Yes.
If you do, you like James Carlton on the Google reviews. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I am so thrilled I made the switch to James 6 years ago. He brings you the Colonel every Friday here on TMA, and Gabe joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Gabe.
You know, I've many times heard James Carlton called the Buddy Hield of State Farm.
How about that?
Nice.
Buddy
Hield.
Gabe knows how to weave it together. Okay. That's that KOMU TV experience.
I'm honestly still just trying to figure out why I should care what Buddy Hield did last night.
Click that off because a lot of people share your opinion.
Greatest player
Jackson
ever.
SportsCenter updates are not very popular here on 101 ESPN.
Scored 25 a game his senior year at Oklahoma. Just outstanding. He was so good.
Mookie Blaylock
Okay, stop
update.
it with this.
He's not even the best Oklahoma player in like the last 15 years.
How about that?
You like Trae Young or Blake Griffin?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, Buddy Hield makes the starting 5 probably.
There you go, Jackson. But
Hey,
he
I'll
might be
take
the
a
best
win
player
working.
ever also. Ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel is with us, and he knew we would be talking a lot of Buddy Hield here today. But we also would be talking college football playoff. Colonel, we got ourselves a Jim Dandy last night. What stands out to you from Notre Dame and Penn State?
Man, Penn State had some awful quarterback play and offensive decision making. I mean, like Penn State should have been up 20 points at halftime in that game, and they weren't. And you just said, "Oh, that seems not great, right?" And you know, and then Notre Dame kind of did what they do, just hang around and make enough plays. And Penn State insisted on, just by dominating the game with their running game, they insisted upon, look, we're going to prove to you that this quarterback is not terrible, and they ended up not proving it to anyone.
Had they had a Buddy Hield type quarterback, maybe it would have been a different story.
He scored 46 at Kansas.
Oh, my God. We can't shake this
46 at Kansas.
Okay.
Not even a Buddy Hield type quarterback. What if Buddy Hield had played quarterback?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. He's a shooter. I don't know if he can throw.
Think about that. I saw some Penn State fans were a little irritated that Bo Prabul is now in Columbia, Missouri, and Drew Aller's situation isn't necessarily as desirable following the festivities last night.
Well, and the crazy thing, and look, I don't know, maybe Drew Aller goes on to be a great pro, right? It would surprise me after seeing him play for the last couple of years, but it's always possible. Guys get in different situations and all that. But the weird thing to me is this thing that has resurfaced in the last week. Hey, Drew Aller, potential first-round pick, might still go to the draft. I mean, nobody who watched that game last night can think that kid's a first-round pick. He shouldn't even have been able to throw the game-losing interception because he should have already thrown 3 by that point. He got bailed out twice by penalties, at least one of which was a pretty bad call, I thought. If that's a first-round quarterback, something's a little bit broken.
I think they may have 2 other guys who might be first-rounders, and Abdul Carter and Tyler Warren. Boy, those guys both look fantastic.
I have a good friend who's a Titans fan, and I texted him at about the third quarter last night. I said, your team should take Abdul Carter with the number 1 pick. That kid was
he was doing it with one arm, too. I mean, that was absurd. The logic, of course, for the vast majority of college football observers is that this is Ohio State's championship to win. I was telling the boys in the first hour, Colonel, that if it were to be Notre Dame and Ohio State going into that game last night, Ohio State was a 7.5 point favorite. Following the game, the spread got bigger. If Ohio State were to win tonight, they'd be 9.5 point favorites. I'm sure part of that is seeing Notre Dame continue to get ravaged by injuries. I'm intrigued to see how Ohio State's receivers go up against Texas's secondary tonight. When it's all said and done, if I had to bet money line, as in not taking the 6.5 points, if I had to, I would take Ohio State. What is your expectation on what we see tonight in the Cotton Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, I thought going in, if Ohio State plays an A game, like going into the playoff, I thought if they play an A game, they're the best team. They just kind of played around all season long and honestly got a little bit fortunate to get in. But then once they got in, have really turned it on. I think, probably like the vast majority of America and rooting for a double forfeit tonight. I don't know if that's possible.
They're not too popular operations.
Yeah, not a big fan of either one. It's, I don't know. I don't want to say anything too extreme and get in trouble, but I will not root for either team.
How about that? I saw you posted that on Power Mizzou yesterday. Who are you rooting for? And I think that the winner was Notre Dame.
It was the ultimate, lesser of four evils choices it came down to. And, I did think it was interesting that I can't remember. I think it was Sean McDonough, but I can't remember who was doing the game. Mentioned last night, the most amazing thing Marcus Freeman's done is make Notre Dame likable. And, I mean, he had, ultimately, I like Marcus Freeman better than I like James Franklin or Ryan Day or Steve Sarkisian. That's kind of why I fell on voting for them, and I mean, did anybody have a worse night than Brian Kelly last night?
Yeah, that was probably a little tough in Baton Rouge.
Yeah. How do you think Missouri might have fared against these Final Four teams? You think they could have kept it competitive?
I mean, on the right day, sure. There's no elite teams, but there's a lot of Notre Dame sucks and they didn't belong there. No, they belong there. Look, they proved it. I understand. I mean, they're the first team to ever play for a national title and lose to Northern Illinois in the same season. I haven't fact checked that, but I'm fairly sure it's accurate. But it kind of proves that there's nobody elite. Sure, on the right day, Missouri could beat any of those teams. I don't think they beat them probably in a 10-game series, but there's nobody in the country they couldn't have beat.
Well, I feel better about it now.
Yeah, there you go.
Had we just gotten in, had we not been robbed, we would have gotten in.
That's the right
we could
word.
be national champions in 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, SEC really covered itself in glory and proved how much it should have been in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, it'll be one of them's going to get in, and one of them will be on the outside looking into this thing. Now we know it with Notre Dame as the independent in this thing. Colonel, your thoughts on Missouri and Vanderbilt this weekend?
Kind of another one that, look, if you want to be in the tournament, you probably got to win this game. It's just that huge. I think the cutoff point in the SEC is after the top seven. I think Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, A&M, Mississippi State, Florida, and Kentucky are pretty clearly Group A or Groups A and B, whatever. And then I think Missouri and Vandy are in that group of next teams where, 3 to 5 of them are going to be in the tournament and 2 to 4 of them aren't. And the separator is going to be, can you win, especially the home games against those other teams in that group?
If Missouri could add one player to the roster, would it be Buddy Hield?
Nice, good question.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard not to want to add the greatest player in basketball history.
That's what I thought.
Right. Consensus player of the year. He's the first one at Oklahoma since Blake Griffin.
If he's out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the Caitlin Clark of men's basketball.
How about
Feels
that?
like it to me.
When he scored 46 at Allen Fieldhouse, it sure felt like that.
How about that? Okay. Jackson is tripling down on this.
I still have that game on my DVR. Sometimes I just
rewatch it.
I'm snowed in. I'm feel down. I'm like, I'm going to go watch some Buddy Hield today.
You got a bunch of snow going on in Columbia right now, Colonel? We got more snow falling in St. Louis.
Yeah, we got another 5-6 inches last night.
Really?
Wow.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it dumped.
How about that? I didn't realize it was that bad there. Hey, final thought for you. We got to see a bunch of St. Louis area guys be key for Notre Dame last night. Were they ever in the mix in Columbia?
Christian Gray, Jeremiah Love, they definitely looked at. Gabriel Rubio was he was going to Notre Dame from day one. I don't think there was any doubt about that. But, they tried with Christian Gray. I think Christian Gray might have initially committed to Texas A&M. I could be wrong on that. But him and Jeremiah Love, they recruited both of them. I went and watched the first game of Jeremiah Love's junior year. It was the game where Luther Burden was a senior at East St. Louis. St. Louis played at CBC. And, it was those two. It was Miles McVeigh. It was Toriano Pride. It was Jeremiah McClellan. It was just, D1 talent all over the field. And I think Jeremiah had an 80-yard touchdown run in that game. You could kind of tell he was all right.
Yeah. Aeneas Williams is another one. They usually get the kids from the Hannibals of the world.
Yeah, I never really looked at him, covered him too much because I forget if he committed early or it was just kind of pretty apparent pretty early on he probably wasn't coming to Missouri.
Yeah. Big nights for those gentlemen, and we will see what plays out here tonight. Will Ryan Wingo have a big moment for the Longhorns, Doug? It's becoming a St. Louis-centric college football playoff. We will see. Notre Dame will meet the winner of tonight's Cotton Bowl a week from Monday. Colonel, I would imagine if you had to wager, Ohio State is going to be the national champion when it's all said and done.
I would think that would be where the smart money is, but we can always hope not.
Yeah, I would understand it. I would imagine Notre Dame, when that thing kicks off, will be a double-digit underdog. That would be my guess. And I kind of think that'll be the case no matter who they play, because if Texas beats Ohio State, Texas is going to have all kinds of equity, and plus Notre Dame's got all kinds of injuries. Nonetheless, we finally got one hell of a game with a couple of superpowers last night. Let's see if we get one tonight at the Cotton Bowl. Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton here on TMA. Thanks for the time, Colonel. Have a great weekend, brother.
All right, guys. You too.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Joey Vitale coming up in our 10 o'clock hour, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. the morning after. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt is cutting Mike Francesa's reaction to TGL, and he was not happy with it.
Oh, really?
So we'll have that audio for you coming up here in this Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota at 10 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond, Joe Theismann, and Robert Thomas, our guests so far. You can always go back and podcast on the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app, two separate apps. Download them both, I say. And they're both brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Our podcast on TMA brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Martin Kilcoyne had to bolt early, and so Chairman Kurt is stepping up to the dais for him on the program. Jackson, what is this Sean Landeta story? Is there audio of it?
That I don't know. This was
that's a no. I mean, it's not that I don't know, because if you did know, we would have the audio, right, Doug? I mean, we're so focused on Buddy Hield that we.
Right.
So Sean Landeta, who you know, right?
Well, just a little bit, yeah. He was a good friend of a good friend when I was in Miami, and then he punted for the Rams.
That's right. He was the Super Bowl. Was he on the Super Bowl? He was on one of the Super Bowl teams for sure. I don't know if he was on. Was it Mike McKernan who was the punter in the '99 Rams and Landeta in 2001?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I have audio.
You do?
Yeah. So and Chairman Kurt brought this story to me this morning.
I'm sensing a disclaimer. I'm just telling you my read. I think he's got pocket tens. Okay. It's a good hand. It's a good hand. But if I'm going to 3-bet him, I probably can get healthy on the flop, and if I play him really well on the turn, I can take it down. Okay. I don't think he's going to stay in.
I don't know.
I don't think he's going to stay in. That's my read. All right, Jackson, what do we got going on here?
Give me one moment. I got to pull up.
He's just not ready.
He didn't even want to play the tens. He didn't want to see a flop.
All right.
Yeah, this guy can be bullied around at the table.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
But is there any kind of backstory to it at all? What happened to him?
Well, that's what we were about to get, and then I was told, give you
a few minutes.
New York Sports post 1,000 times a day. Where is the Sean?
Sweet mother of mercy. Well, while you look for it, I'll tell people about our title sponsor. It makes the whole show possible. That's Brown and Crouppen. Take a listen to this phone number. Watch this. 314-222-2222.
Okay.
314-222-2222. And that's Brown & Cruppen's number, or you can go online at brownandcruppen.com. They've been in the St. Louis metropolitan area now for 45-plus years. And if you're in a spot where you need the services of Brown & Crouppen, don't you want to work with somebody who's local? If you're a TMA listener, you've heard Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen on the program. They are committed to St. Louis. They love the St. Louis metropolitan area. They're a part of our community. They value our community. So if you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA, ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
I got the audio. All right, I'm just going to play it. This wasn't my link. Chairman is doing the right thing.
He's on board now.
He's cutting the Francesa audio, which I appreciate because I can't necessarily leave the board here.
No one's fault.
I was like, all right, he'll kind of intro and outro this, but I'm just going to play this audio. I think it's about Sean Landeta's grooming habits. I think it's about his hygiene. We'll find out.
Freddie Mitchell was on the morning show today, and he mentioned that you and John Ritchie were often in the sauna together. But Freddie Mitchell mentioned that, how do I put this, that you would groom your under regions in the sauna.
Now, my first thing is, you want to call me during prime time radio in Philadelphia.
Yes.
And talk to me about something like that? Are you kidding me?
Well, I just want
to... Number two, I know this is TMZ radio, and I like Freddie, good teammate and all, but what he said was absolutely false. I totally denied being in the sauna with John Ritchie. That never happened.
Oh, wow.
Now, may there have been a time where I was by myself and maybe had to shave a little bit? Okay. That's something maybe that goes on privately in a locker room, and there is a saying in the NFL that's supposed to go, what you see here, what you say here. stays here and never leaves here. But obviously, Freddie must have wanted to try to get some people to go, oh, wow, and say this is what they used to do. So I'm disappointed at Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to have to speak to him about that.
Okay. Well, we're just having fun. It was a long time ago.
You call it having fun.
Yes.
But it's one guy embarrassing another guy talking about stuff. So believe me, I understand how that works.
Okay.
I don't think he was really that upset. That's my read. Mm-hmm. What do you think? Am I off on that? I think it was kind of like good-spirited busting balls. That's what I think. John Ritchie works there, and so he's probably kind of a character. He was. Doug, was he a fullback with the Eagles and Raiders?
I don't remember what team he was on.
Jeez.
I think he sounded a little upset to me without getting hysterically crazy about it.
Jackson, what's your read?
It's tough because I don't know his vibe. Like, if someone did that to us and we would know that they're kind of like messing around with us, like you're calling us in primetime radio, like I could see him not really being that upset, or he's really good at compartmentalizing and being like, but a little frustrated. Okay. Either way, you don't shave that part in the sauna. I think that's
your overarching takeaway. Is you don't want shrubs in the sauna.
Yeah, I think shaving in almost any capacity should be saved for your own bathroom. Like I always say, public places are not for grooming. It's for taking care of business.
Mm. You were alarmed when I came back from the restroom here a couple weeks ago and I said, sweet mother of mercy, somebody shaved in the sink. Now, for the record, I was talking more beard, mustache, goatee. I don't know who it was or what it was. It wasn't a shrub situation. But you were you're still bothered by that.
Yeah, I think that is, if you are to do something like that, like you clean up like you just left a murder scene. Like you make sure that there's DNA. Not a trace of evidence that you did such a thing. Because I get it. Sometimes it might be in a tough spot. Maybe you get a meeting or something. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know who did it. But if you are to do that, you have to clean up extensively. It's just a little off-putting. That's what I'd say. It's like you go into the bathroom and it's like, oh, someone has just shaved in here. I feel like I'm intruding on someone's home, yet it's the bathroom of my workplace.
But in this case, if someone accuses you of shaving in a sauna, how do you defend yourself against that? And then he's trying to, just to get a laugh, he gives you a reputation of somebody who does that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I would never say on 101 ESPN that our former producer carved a landing strip.
No.
Right. But I know from the former producer that he was proud that he did carve a landing strip.
He said it himself.
Exactly right. Sean Landeta, grooming, landing strip or otherwise, I don't know. Doug would know that because he knows him well.
I don't know him well, and I wouldn't know that. I haven't seen the guy in 20 years.
Okay, then I guess you would know on Mike Horan. Either way, that's different because he feels like Freddie Mitchell violated the sanctity of the locker room by calling in for what he called TMZ radio.
Which isn't bad.
I like that.
I think there'd be a lot of people upset if one of their teammates said, you won't believe what this guy did in the locker room.
He'd get in the shower with our fullback and begin to shave, or sauna, as the case might be. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. We haven't had too many females win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
It's a guy, Tim.
Huh?
It's a guy. They're all guys.
She has a monogramming business.
We know about caller Ellen, and we know about Sharon and Clayton, and beyond that, we don't know nothing.
You think the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's a guy?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I think you're out of your mind. She's got a great monogramming business. They're falling on some tough times doing a cash call, but otherwise, I'm looking to invest. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Friend of the program and party planner to the stars, Joey Vitale, coming up at 10:30. Mike Francesa, not happy with the TGL. How happy are you with the audio, Chairman Kurt?
It's not his best.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. I
mean,
mean,
then maybe we can just focus on his response to James Franklin calling a timeout.
I trimmed it down like the shrubs, though, so it's
like Sean Landeta.
palatable.
All of it's coming up here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt, they're accusing you of blocking people in the YouTube chat, I guess?
That's okay. Block them.
No, I can unequivocally say I've never done it. Wouldn't know how to do it.
I don't know what happened, but they're asking where you are and then saying that you haven't been around for a while. But I'm like, he's here. I don't know. Doug, I don't know. It's youtube.com/TMASTL Airlines team sponsor the studio cameras where you can watch us and see that Jackson and I are dressed alike. It's like single white female Bridget Fonda and Jennifer Jason Leigh. Is that right?
I forget who was in it. I don't know.
1992? I'm going to say 92 because it gets me 91 and 93. Single white female.
I don't know if I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, I'm starting
92.
to wonder, thank you. I'm starting to wonder about this goodorbad.com. James Franklin now 1-15 against AP top 25, top 5 teams after Notre Dame now has defeated Georgia and Penn State in the last week. Is what they did. That's a Thursday, and then they'll get a week from Monday to take on Ohio State or Texas. And here is Mike Francesa, a friend of the program, with his thoughts. He's not a James Franklin guy, and it stems from this event that took place a couple of years ago when he felt like James Franklin was running up to score.
James Franklin wasn't conceding anything. Georgia State snapped the ball and Wright launched a kick through the uprights, but Franklin got a timeout in just under the wire. That is an absolute disgrace.
Oh.
And this stooge tried to alibi around it. And these fans who are happy now that they're winning 56-0 and could give a damn what they did to Georgia State, sit there and make excuses for them. Didn't have a kick block team. He's got to try and block a kick at 56-0. He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Oh, gosh.
That's a quote. It had to do with we had our 4th team on the field. We didn't have a 4-team field goal block. What the heck do you need to block it for?
Oh.
Let the ball go through the uprights.
Oh.
You jerk.
My thought is Francesa had the Georgia State over 2.5 points bet.
Yeah.
Because to be that worked up over Georgia State's field goal not counting. But one of the knocks on James Franklin is he will beat up and run up the score on the lesser teams. And when it comes time to play the top teams, he can't beat them. And he is now 1-15 against them. And that's kind of the knock against him amongst Penn State fans. I know he's probably of the 4 coaches that are/were in the college football playoff semifinals, the least known, I guess. I don't know. And I don't think he's polarizing in any capacity for the national college football fan. But in Penn State, I don't think they trust him, for lack of a better term, both in big games and maybe some of his antics, so to speak. But I don't put last night on James Franklin.
Tough to, I thought Drew Aller.
I guess you could say, like Kirby Smart at the end of the first half against Notre Dame, hey, we're deep in our own territory. We're not going to take any chances. We're going to sit on the ball. We're going to play for overtime. That's it. And maybe if they don't pick up that first down in the first play from scrimmage after Notre Dame had to punt, they do that. But once they moved to the football, and I think they were somewhere around like the 34-yard line after that first down, I get it. I get it big time. They had 2 timeouts left. You pick up another 30 yards, and you've at least got a shot at winning it. I don't view that on James Franklin. No, I know Drew Aller's in college. I'm sure he's making money. But, I feel badly for him. I really do, because that's going to live with him the rest of his life. Mm-hmm. Drew Aller made the mistake there. I don't put that on James Franklin. I think that's just I don't do well with narratives where we just blame. Sometimes coaches do make moves that you go, oh my God, they just made either a brilliant move, Marcus Freeman in the punt against Georgia with the special teams sub, but I don't know. I don't put that on James Franklin.
I think a lot of people became Marcus Freeman fans when they called that pass interference in the 4th quarter there when Notre Dame picked it off, and he's just laughing at the officials. after it. I thought that was, as opposed to screaming, getting on the
Woody
field.
Hayes would have punched somebody in the throat.
Well, thumb, right? You hit him with the
thrust.
thumb thrust right to the throat.
Why do you think? Because Marcus Freeman does have a really high Q rating, and there have been a number of stories written over the last week or so that Notre Dame has gone from being like this heel to this face. Doug, I like to use professional wrestling terms.
I know.
This bad guy to good guy, and a lot of it's attributed to Freeman. You're a fan of his as well. What is it that you like about him versus other coaches, for example?
Oh, it doesn't appear like it's all about him. Yeah. He deflects the credit. Well-spoken guy, articulate. Seems like the players love him. It's all that, and some of his demeanor on the sideline helps.
Were you checking out the hairline?
I did. I kept trying to think. What is it? You kept saying his hair was bisected.
Yeah, it bisects his head.
I don't see that at all.
But if you were to cut around his hairline, it'd be like a perfect. It would be there wouldn't be no jagged edges or anything. It would be smooth. It's so nice.
How is that a bisection?
Well,
like Joey Lawrence's bowl cut?
Similar.
Brian Bonzel on Family Ties, he had a bowl cut. Cousin Oliver, Brady Bunch, he had a bowl cut. Danny Cooksey on Different Strokes, he had a bowl cut.
Mo had the OG bowl haircut.
When you said bisect, I was picturing like Doug said, a middle part.
Yeah, we had a lot of those on the South Side in the 1980s. The part right down the middle, usually kind of conveyed old money.
Yeah, curtain bangs is what they're called.
Right, you'll see a lot of those at St. Louis Country Club.
No, I think, bisect was not the right word there, but I like using the word. I remember being their first game. They're coming out of the locker room at Texas A&M. They're playing Power by Kanye, and Marcus Freeman is firing his guys up right then and there. I was like, I like this guy a lot. If you remember that video from, I guess, late August or early September when they played A&M at College Station, that was awesome to me.
There you go. Jackson liked his response to Power by Kanye West at College Station.
All right.
It is. What are you so exasperated?
I don't know. This whole haircut stuff's got me upset.
It might be the best hairline in America.
The best haircut in America?
Hairline.
Marcus Freeman has the best hairline in America?
Him or Jalen Rose?
He obviously has a really good barber and probably goes frequently and has it trimmed just absolutely perfect right up there.
Did I read he and his wife have 6 children?
They have a lot of children. I know that.
That's a busy man.
Today's his birthday.
And he's turning 39 today. Yeah. Speaking of having a lot of children, Joey Vitale is going to join us coming up in the next segment, and you can participate in the program. It's going to be the Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Alton Toyota, Munganast Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Munganast online at stlouisacura.com, at altontoyota.com. Go shopping. You're going to be sitting at home today and going, you know what, maybe I could use a new car. Maybe I could use a pre-owned car. These guys talk about Peter Munganast and Jamie Burkhardt. Their names are on the dealership. You know, their show, I hate it. I don't really like them. Yeah. I mean, I love Tim, but I don't really like the rest of the guys.
No.
The Garbage Men.
Yeah, that's what that's Tim McKernan and the Garbage Men. That's the name that I was trying to get going.
It just didn't fit on the logo.
Right, that was the reason with the rooster. But maybe there's something to it. So, yeah, go shopping at stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. Plus, you can call or text 314-252-0029 to work with Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast. And then if you need to get your car serviced, Ryan Seiberg and his team in the service department. Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at about 10:50. Joey Vitale joining us in the next segment. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown & Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos and on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the program, cited this show last night on the Blues broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Shout out whenever I could help you guys out. I don't even remember giving you guys a shout out. Maybe I just talk about you guys regularly all the time.
Probably so.
Yeah,
as it should be.
That's probably the right thing, I would imagine. Kerber says, hey, if you can, mention TMA as often as possible during the play-by-play. And I think that's the right thing.
Comes up a lot when you see a team succeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Win 6-2, yeah.
That's a good point.
Clip that off. I'm telling you, and I don't know if this was your vibe, but after I saw Montgomery's comments yesterday morning at the skate about, I'm ready to rock. I hope the fans are ready to rock. I know people have been snowed in, cabin fever. We're ready to rock. And I'm thinking to myself, he is on a mission to make sure that what took place in Minnesota in particular, but on the road trip in general, that there isn't a hangover effect and that the team capitalizes on the opportunities they have with this 4-game homestand, that he wanted these boys to come out firing. And I was super high on the Blues winning that game, but I didn't see 4-0 quick, fast, in a hurry coming. Did you get a read that there was some intentional messaging there to try to get everybody's head right and forget about Minnesota the other night?
Tim, I did. I'm not going to sit here and say I could have predicted a 4-0 run like they did right off the hop. But what I will say is, based off of the Montgomery comments and talking to some of the players yesterday morning, they understand that at 500, which now they're one game over 500, but yesterday morning at 500, you got to put a stretch together here. The Four Nations tournament's coming up in mid-February. They understand that when they come back from that tournament, as they approach March, they need to find themselves 6-7 over 500, because as we all know, it's going to take 13 or 14 games over 500 with 96 points-ish to get in. So this is the time. This is their season. And they're looking at it with a lot of home hockey. A lot of the bulk of the travel is behind them. Now, in order to establish this homestand for the 4 games, including the Calgary Flames back-to-back next week, but overall, just a lot of home games coming up, to me, based off the players' comments and the reactions of the coach, it started with that first game. I've been in those locker rooms. I've been a part of those runs where you just feel like you can't lose. But it has to start somewhere. And to me, coming out like the way they did, creating energy on the bench, energy in the building, a great first period, that turned into a great second and third. You mark my words, it's going to turn into great momentum again for tomorrow night in the Columbus Blue Jackets. And all of a sudden, it's going to start to snowball, and then you hope to find more and more success. So you love the comments by Jim Montgomery. I love his enthusiasm. I love the urgency behind his voice. This is the time of the year as a player you start to really, feel the winter blues, especially as you're on the outside wanting to be in. Where's our motivation? How do we find the spark? Tough time of the year. Just got through a lot of travel, like I mentioned. And you're looking for a little bit of a jolt. And if it's got to be the coach, it is the coach, and then it filters down to the team. But certainly I've loved what he has done from the media standpoint, from the energy standpoint. And he's really just turned the attitude around. And it just starts with the thought process, making comments like that, getting this team to believe again that they're a good team, a confident team. And as we all know, those thoughts, they end up turning into your destiny because they filter down from, thoughts to actions to habits to character. And then ultimately the character will determine where you go from there. And a very intelligent coach understands the process, and he's right on top of it.
And he said he wanted the fans to get into it too. How much difference does that make as a player when you're playing at home with fans that are really into a game?
I think it's definitely a reciprocal. Look at that word, reciprocal. I heard of that word.
Wow, wasn't bad.
I don't know what CBC is going to be more proud of, Jeremiah Love, or you using a multi-syllabic word.
Reciprocal. That's a 4-syllable. Hey, syllable. I know what a syllable is, too. Keep that a little high there, Tim McKernan.
I'll send it over to CBC right now for a promo.
Doug, it's a reciprocal relationship in the sense that, I'm going to need you and you're going to need me. I was driving down to Centene for a hockey practice last week, and I saw a bunch of deer bunch of deer in the field, and they're all kind of feeding, kind of mucking their way through the snow, and they're eating this I guess there's corn or clover. I'm not really sure what they're eating, but then there was like I guess a flock or a fleet or whatever the hell you call a bunch of turkeys, and the turkeys were around the deer, and so the deer are eating and the turkey are eating, and they're all eating together. Now, the deer don't eat turkey, and turkey don't eat deer. Luckily, they're both herbivores. Another big word for you.
Man, you are on a roll today, mister.
So the turkey are eating and the deer are eating, and they like to eat together. And people are like, well, why would a deer like to eat with a turkey? Why would a turkey like to eat with a deer? Well, how does energy in a building help the players? How do the players help the energy of the building? Well, the deer, if you don't know, deer have really good sense of smell. They have a great nose.
Mm-hmm. What?
Oh, yeah. They can smell a human coming from miles away, especially if the one's at their back. Okay. So now turkey don't smell really well. They don't have a really good sense of smell, but they have great eyesight. Turkey can see. They say that turkey can see 20 times better than a human being. I mean, that's a lot.
Really?
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a fact. Look it up. Mm-hmm. So you look at the relationship of a turkey and a deer. Well, they feel safe with each other. Why? Because the deer is going to use the turkey, and the turkey is going to use the deer because the turkey can see a human or any kind of threat or a coyote or a fox coming from a long way away. He's using his eyes. Now, the deer is going to use his nose. So if obviously a fox or a wolf or anything, endangered thing is going to come at you, it's going to use its nose. And then once the deer takes off because they smell something, then the turkey know to fly away. Or if the turkey sees something, then of course the deer know to run away. So why am I telling you this? Because it's a relationship where they lean on each other. And, of course, with the fans and the energy in the building, when the players are playing great, you're creating energy. You use that energy. Sometimes when things are down and out, you need the energy to pick you up. The energy of the crowd picks you up. So to answer your question, Doug, it helps a lot.
Okay.
That's one of the greatest answers. And I have to tell you, I don't know if it's the acid I dropped at 10, but the whole thing made sense to me.
I guess.
It all made sense.
Turkeys,
I followed it, and you know what it was? It was reciprocal.
Okay.
He's exactly right.
This show's so stupid.
Yeah. And earlier you said they scored right off the hop, and I hear that a lot. What exactly is the hop?
The hop's like you kind of, whenever you start a game, at least for hockey, you kind of jump into it. You kind of jump into the game like you're on the ice, and all of a sudden, like the coach says, "Go." It's not really a stride. It's more like a boom. It's like a bunny hop. Like you're just like exploding. You're excited. It's like a little spring underneath you. So right off the hop is like, let's go.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
You clear on this?
That's bunnies, and the fans are turkeys and deer.
Correct.
That was just amazing.
Joey Vitale with us here on the program, breaking down the eyesight of the turkey community, the sense of smell of the deer community, and how it relates to Blues fans and the Blues team. And, Doug, if you follow it, it makes sense.
It does make perfect sense. Yeah.
And they're going to carry that momentum into the game against Columbus tomorrow night and then back-to-back against the Flames. Joey, specific to last night's game and what we've seen here over the last few games, what we were talking about a couple weeks ago when you were in studio, actually, the issues the team's had with scoring. I mean, they've been on a tear here offensively as of late. Is there anything that you look at with the trained eye of somebody who actually played the game at the level you played, you go, okay, this is what they're doing and this is why it's leading to more offense?
Yeah, I think if you're a casual fan and you're watching the game, the one area specifically that I see that has led to so much offense and now scoring, it's really nothing to do in the offensive zone. It's nothing to do with how the players are shooting or the passes being made. It's definitely nothing to do with the power play, as, of course, the power play still kind of continues their subtle struggles. I mentioned it on the broadcast last night, but if you're watching the game, watch when the Blues have the puck and they're coming up the ice. Watch when the defensemen, whether it's Cam Fowler or Colton Parayko, watch when they're coming out of their zone and they have full possession. Let's say the opposition team, maybe they dump it in, they go for a change. The Blues defensemen come back, they start coming up the ice, they're right in front of the goaltender, they start approaching their own blue line, they got their head up, and they're looking for this play. I mean, this play has completely changed everything in my mind, and Jim Montgomery has done it. With Drew Bannister, Craig Berube, and teams in the past, they wanted all the players to come back in the D zone, and they wanted us all to come up together, right? Come up as a unit. What they found is that there was just so much clogging in the neutral zone, and quite frankly, you have some veteran players on this team that don't have a ton of speed. So instead of letting the skating do the work, they're not letting the puck do the work. So now a defenseman, let's call him Cam Fowler. Cam Fowler's coming up the ice. He's coming up to his near blue line. And then all of a sudden you have one forward at the other blue line, now the offensive blue line, and he's stationed right in the middle. And he's just standing there. He's just standing there. That's the target. That's where they're going to. So Cam Fowler, let's say it's Braden Shen. Braden Shen's at the offensive blue line. He's waiting for the puck. He's exposing his stick. He's saying, give it to me, give it to me. Cam Fowler is going to distribute that puck to a stationary player now at the offensive blue line. Now, it doesn't sound like that's going to do much. You got a stationary player who's going to grab a puck. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But the key to it all is the timing of the pass, because you want to pass that puck as you're watching both wingers now who are flying up each side of the wall. So it's Cairo on the left and it's Dylan Holloway on the right. They're building speed from their own zone, and they're just going right down the boards, one on each side. So when that pass is made, it's a timing on Fowler to recognize here comes the speed. I'm going to move it up to Braden, and Braden's not even going to catch the puck 90% of the time. It's just going to be a tip to the left or a tip to the right. And now all of a sudden you got speedsters on the left and the right who are going to be the first in on the forecheck. Hopefully that made a little bit of sense, but that's where it's coming from. That's where all the speed to their game is coming from. They're gaining offensive zone time. Now they're really doing a good job holding the puck. And this has been a talented team all along. It's just they couldn't figure out a way to get to the offensive zone and really set it up a lot. But now that they're there, they're letting their creativity, they're letting the Cairo speed, they're letting the Holloway hands, they're letting the Thomas shot. All that stuff they've had all this time, they're just letting it take over from here.
It's been fun to watch offensively. Hopefully, like you said, it is the beginning of a run, which they most definitely need. Blues and Blue Jackets pregame here on 101 ESPN tomorrow. It's a 6 p.m. puck drop, so 5 p.m. 101 ESPN for the pregame. Joey, always enjoy the conversation. I feel like I learn a lot during these segments,
A lot of education today, Tim.
Both wildlife and hockey. Yeah. Your wife happy that the kids are at school today?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, yeah. That's all I'm going to say is, oh, my God, yes, we were so glad. I was going to drop them off no matter what. I was going to drop them off from school and figured they figure it out.
Teachers love that.
Kind of like a game of Survivor in Kirkwood. Joey, enjoy the weekend, brother. Great talking with you. Take it easy, man.
All right, boys. Have a great weekend.
Bye, Joey.
Joey Vitale with us here on TMA. You know what? The turkey and the deer, it all made sense. If you followed it, Doug, I'm telling you, he had a payoff at the end.
Okay.
Big day for CBC.
I was back there listening, kind of half listening, getting segment 3 up. What is going on in there?
Oh, it makes sense.
And yet turkeys and deer often get shot.
According to you.
Slaughtered.
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Okay, I guess maybe that's
free perk.
A group of turkeys called a rafter.
A rafter?
Or a
We
flock.
had people texting in saying it was called a gaggle.
No, I think that would be
geese.
Geese, yeah. I
But I didn't know if it was for both of them.
Turkey is rafter or flock.
A rafter of turkey.
Or posse.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, why can't we get one? Uniform up,
It doesn't
college
need,
football
doesn't need
and
3 terms.
groups. I agree.
Just
Doug.
one.
Wholeheartedly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling coming up. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Wow, what a force. Fun to see her doing so well. She is trying to become the first woman to ever win a month for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day in the 20-year history of this program. 20-and-a-half-year history of this program, Doug. It's fun to kind of be witness to history. It's like LeBron, right?
I don't know that it's like. It's more like Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Both my kings.
I got to do more Buddy Hield research for the next time we have
From
a
the
show.
Bahamas.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can compete. You're sitting at home today, no work. See if you can work on this. Beating the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues will be back in action tomorrow evening, taking on the Columbus Blue Jackets right here on 101. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Wow, Doug, what a lineup we have here. In the filtered file, Buck Swope, Misty Plops, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, your leader for the month of January. The JV golf coach and my cousin Vinny have all made the cut.
Have they really?
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which is coming your way momentarily. Design Air is the sponsor of it. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Martin Kilcoyne's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? Unfortunately, it's not really going to warm up anytime soon. I glance at the forecast. Not only do we have snow outside, interestingly enough, it's going to get sunny here in a couple hours. But it's not like it's going to be real warm. The highest temperature I see is a week from today. It gets to 42. I hate to tell you that. I know that's going to bring your dauber down.
That's not great. It's not great.
We got lows in the teens next week as well. And hell, even a week from Sunday, a low of 10 and a high of 25.
Well,
so we're going to need this to melt in the handful of days we have that are above freezing. You run into issues with your heating system, you go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up next year on 101 ESPN. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. And it's time for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Guys, Plops here. I hate to say it, but I am once again with Doug, 100% on this. Snow makes me horny as hell.
Oh, God.
Thanks. That's from Misty Plops, Deacon in Training.
Misty Plops, Deacon in Training.
An ode to segment 10.5. Happy Friday, lads. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is more than just a sponsorship. It's an institution of the morning radio segment 10.5. This give or take 10 minutes of airtime sends a call out to the masses like a conch shell from Ron Burgundy. That call tells the listener, buckle up, Buttercup. You're going to hear names for Doug's genitalia that only the Kirkwood High School janitors know about.
Oh,
I've been getting filtered like the Dickens lately. Doug, do you feel like you should have been filtered again?
How does it get through the censors? Who is the censor? Is it you, Kurt? You're the censor?
Yep, I'm the one.
And you thought this was fine?
It's getting better.
Okay.
Trying to figure out if Chairman Kurt doesn't like me poking fun of him offering himself to a tow truck driver, or if the HR department is filtering my stuff again. Imagine my embarrassment as I gather the fellas around the bullpen TV yesterday to see if my email will get read. And crickets. Meanwhile, the chairman sits behind Martin looking like Wilson, only showing above his nose. Then, when Martin decides to onboard, the handlebar mustache emerges to give his slant on the topics. You're not fit to wear Doug's pearl necklace. Cheers and stay safe out there. That's from my cousin Vinny. It's probably a reference to Barbara Billingsley. She would always do housework in a pearl necklace.
Probably, we can hope. My cousin Vinny.
Forgive me for not writing in for a few days. I'm just having a hard time listening lately because of something offensive Jackson said the other day. The Pale Prince foolishly asked, "What are grits? Don't they come from potatoes?" Everyone in the Midwest knows that grits come from corn. After all, they're one of the 4 major St. Louis food groups, along with cheese, gooey butter cake, and insulin injections. Of all the uninformed garbage that Ladue liberal utters, this is by far the most egregious. And I'm including his recent conspiracy theory about bowling shoes. Stick to stuff within your realm of expertise, Powder, like screaming at church league referees or bunking up with a dozen dudes in the Smoky Mountains. And can we get NBA boy to a tanning salon for crying out loud? His pasty skin looks like it's made out of clouds.
Oh.
I didn't even know it was possible for someone to look like a sickly carton of jaundiced milk. This morning when I opened up the live stream on YouTube, I thought I accidentally started watching Interview with a Vampire instead of TMA.
That's enough.
At least KG and Tim look rugged with their impressive beards. Hey, Doug, let's role play. I'll be the snow and you can plow me.
Pot him down.
That's the JV golf coach.
Oh, gosh, not pleasant. JV golf coach with an email that was not pleasant.
Is that the lingering scent of the white tuna sashimi from Miso? I asked Doug as he peeked his head up betwixt my ham hocks in agreement.
Okay.
You see, it was Ass Wednesday in 2009, and my first husband granted me a stipend to carouse the streets of Clayton. The night began guzzling Jägermeister at Kilkenny's with 4 hot men while my ex-husband sipped a Cosmo and played photo hunt at the end of the bar. Her ex-husband was sipping a Cosmo.
I just don't know.
Photo.
I just don't have any knowledge of that.
We stumbled over to Miso for a scotch and tuna, and that's where the night got a little foggy. I miss those days. I certainly miss the stipends. Do any men of radio want to invest in a charcuterie or monogramming business? Uh-oh, it sounds like it's up for sale.
Oh, no.
With love, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Doug, that email comes from Ladue, Missouri, 63124.
I know this.
And it has a logo of the city of Ladue sign, also Harbor Springs, Michigan, and Aspen, Colorado, all under the email.
In the building. Is scotch and tuna a real popular one?
Doug, you're a Scotch man. Do you wash it down with tuna?
No. I'm not a Scotch man. I hate Scotch.
Odd combo. Maybe I'm off.
Stay at home, Ladue mom.
Yeah, the leader right now in the month of January. And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, Notre Dame came from behind to beat Penn State 27-24 on a last-minute field goal in the college football playoff. Karma is a bitch for Penn State coach James Franklin, who in 2017 iced a kicker up 56-0, and he's a horse's ass for doing it. Libby Jack really likes Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman's bisexual hairline. Robert Thomas and the Blues decided to take an early 4-goal lead as they shipped the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim, who Libby Jack claims have the most disengaged fans in all of sports. Nolan Arenado's agent has started flirting with Detroit and Seattle because it's starting to look like the Red Sox aren't going to rescue his client from the rudderless ship of chaos that is the St. Louis Cardinals. Gabe DeArmond was nonplussed with a Libby Jack Sports Center update that focused on Buddy Hield's 19 points against the Pistons.
Pistons are better this year.
But I think the lead is that former St. Louis Rams punter Sean Landeta used to trim his shrubs in the team sauna. Ours is the type of presentation where an old blind man from Festus feels free to drop in at any time and give us a winter snow forecast based on his wife's grandma Johann's very scientific meteorological theory that makes Punxsutawney Phil look like Trish Brown. Doug, you worked with Trish Brown over KMOV.
Just cute as a speckled puppy.
And then shame our 20-something producer for not dropping $2 and a pair of hockey jerseys for a Blues game he's only attending because he got free tickets. Yeah. I'd love to see Libby Jack go full Hoosier and wear a cheap Robert Thomas jersey over his hoodie to the Blues game tomorrow. You do you, boo. That's from Buck Swope. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Buck Swope with a nice little email. Some of the others were kind of questionable in taste.
You don't think they should have been in the filter?
No, so I'm going to go for Buck Swope.
I agree with Doug and the Deacon Plops. I'm feeling a little randy with the snow. I'm going Plops.
Well, Misty Plops gets a vote. Buck Swope has a vote. Jackson Burkett with a lot of power.
I really like the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom.
I'm going with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom as well. And that's 3 wins for the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom. And now she opens up a 2-goal lead, the most dangerous lead in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But we could be witnessing history in January 2025 with the first female emailer of the month winner in TMA history. Unbelievable. This is going to be fun. Might be fun to have her on Sports Sunday if she's able to close it out.
That's no lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.